Hello. Hey, Tom.
Okay, I unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, these are broken. So I just ordered some new headphones, so I have to do this crazy.
Okay. It looks like Barb is in the waiting room. Shall I get her?
Okay. Sure. It seems like we should do a tag team thing of that. So it's interesting. So you're logging into the Zoom client as the owner. Oh yeah, you logged in as the owner. So yeah, I think you should rename yourself also.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because we're both logged in as the same person, and I think what happens is when you log in, it logs me out, um, which is okay. There's no negative effect. It vice versa. If I had logged in second, I would have logged you out. It's a very subtle thing, but cool.
Okay. Well, so I just wanted to do kind of like a quick check,
Okay.
since I do still need to eat something,
All
before
right.
we get going at 11:30. But yeah, kind of my main concern since we talked last night was that I PowerPoint on my computer for some reason wasn't doing the slideshow properly. It does
Okay.
seem like if I do it through Google Docs, then it actually does. Oh, wait a minute. It seems like if I do it through Google Docs, then it actually does do the slideshow correctly. So let's see. So where'd the elections? Oh, there it is. Huh. Right in front of me. Okay. So I just want to try sharing my screen and seeing if I can then, do the slideshow
Sure.
properly. Okay.
By the
So,
way, your chin is getting cut. Like, I don't know if you
oh
can
yeah,
angle. That's better. Yeah.
right. I also need to arrange the stuff in the background. It's kind of
That's
like the last pile from moving stuff. It's a little
right.
unruly. So, but first things first. All right.
Interesting electrical switch on the wall there. But okay, I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, it is an old apartment. It's like 100 years old.
Yeah. So they had to retrofit it. Okay.
I think so, yeah. Okay, so, okay. I'm gonna just try to share my screen and do, okay. See if I can do the, all right. Are you seeing this presentation?
Yeah, it looks just fine.
Okay.
Candidates and yeah, perfect.
Yeah, okay. All right, so roll
Yeah.
with the candidate. Yeah, okay. Candidate as leader.
I can see the last line, candidate is key for asking people to get involved and thanking people for help. And there's a border below, a border above. It doesn't look cut off or anything.
Okay. Campaign manager role.
Yeah, it appears that this is being shown full screen.
Uh-huh.
I don't see any like windowy artifacts or, like.
Yeah, it's full screen. So
Okay.
does it look okay?
Yeah, it's sharp. It's just fine.
Okay. Great. Well, that's perfect then. So it seems like that will work well. All right, great. So yeah, I'll leave my I'll stay on Zoom.
Yeah, there
Here.
is something
Just make
important.
sure. Okay, so I can restart the video then.
Yeah, there's something important, which is, remember, you wanted that document where so I did create a Google Doc, and I don't know if you want to, if we want to use the elections hangout to do the backstage communication, would that work? You know, if you needed to get.
Yeah, that'd be good. I think for the other presenters,
Right.
we'll just want to keep it real simple. And that is just literally, so Hillary Kane from GPUS.
Right.
And then we also have Rebecca Kemble, Marsha Rummel, and Heidi Wegleitner. So if we had a doc just for putting questions on, excuse me, and maybe we could also put new questions at the top, because that would keep it easy. Because for Hillary and for the panel discussion, they're gonna, any questions they want to do will be right after their presentation. So
Right.
it'll be good for them just to look at the top of the doc and see the latest questions.
Okay.
For me, I might bike rack some questions until later in the day, but that's fun because then, when I'm on break, I can look through the doc and see, all right, what questions do we have all together? So.
Okay, so I'll create a new document. I think
Yeah, if you can just.
Yeah.
That'd be great, and I can share it with the others. And
I think this document might still have some value, but yeah, to keep it simple, just have a question.
I mean, sure, you and I. And did you find anyone else who could assist today?
I tried to reach Monte, and I wasn't. Let's see. I tell you, no, I had, and Tom. Tom has been trying to help out with IT, but he's just got a commitment on Saturday. Tom Ward, so that's.
Barb is here. You could ask Barb.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
what do you need?
Oh, no, well, just general, like a backup if you're I don't know how much you're presenting, but we're planning to create. So Dave, you're going to get some deed, right? You will.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll let you go.
But I'm just gonna mess around my background a tiny bit so it doesn't look like just a pile of stuff.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right. I guess I would just say let's use the election chat to do like the backstage communication.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
I'm looking for the agenda again.
Oh, actually,
make sure that
I have links to all that stuff. So if you go to the Hangout right now, and I'll give you that link. Actually, I think it might be there. It is.
I've got it. It's platform message. Get out the message. 4 to 5, it seems like there's a piece about petitioning, which is what I discussed talking about. The other thing was talking about what kinds of positions we want people to run for, what offices are available. Is that part of one of these discussions that I should really be aware of?
Oh, yeah, that's a Dave question. I'm pretty much oblivious to the content, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna create. Well, I'm trying to promote like a question like. I'm trying to promote the idea of using the one Google Doc to collaborate in, but Actually, since we have all this time, I might as well try to address what you just said. At least try to help you out. Okay. So I'm going to look up the agenda. All right. So I'm looking at around 4 o'clock, 3 to 4, how to run a winning campaign. 4 to 5, technology campaigning in a pandemic, petitioning. Okay.
Like I've talked about petitioning the last few times that I've done this, so I'm
Right.
assuming that I'm still talking about petitioning.
Yeah, that sure as heck would be logical. You were, I mean, come on, you were an anchor person for petitioning, for God's sakes.
Mhm.
I mean, in a pinch, I could say something. I hopefully don't have to, but
I don't really have anything in my old PowerPoint about petitioning during a pandemic. I know that there are a couple extra precautions I would mention with dealing with the Elections Commission since our run-ins with them this summer.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of lessons learned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just I thought this would have been long over by now, but it's not, right? So we still have basically just my technique. I was doing, I'm trying to remember how much door to door, if any, that I did. I think I did some kind of canvassing door to door during the, oh, I know, with I was doing door-to-door canvassing in the pandemic, but it wasn't petitioning. So you ring the doorbell, and then I step back about 4 pieces, just out of respect, right? And have your mask on. And then I think it comforts people to, like, I carried a little kit, and in the kit, people could see that I had the I had the sanitizer. And, 1 out of 10 people actually wanted to borrow the sanitizer,
Yeah.
And they appreciate it, like after they use the pens or something. But for the most part, people are, I don't think people are shunning, you know what I mean?
No.
Yeah.
Because people go to the grocery store every day and they go to work every day,
Right.
Having to write down your name for 2 seconds next to a person is not going to turn most people off.
Yeah. No, I really, so the bottom line is, it's not really a factor. The only time it was a real factor was knocked on this door with Greg, and this woman was like 5 feet away from the door, and she was not even visible. And she said, "Sorry, I'm quarantined. I tested positive. I feel fine, but I have 14 days of quarantine." It's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was saying the last time we were talking about petitioning. When I just kind of did that initial thing at the beginning of the summer to get petitioners a little bit of training beforehand. Remember that session? We had it on Zoom. I said basically, you want to just go with the body language and the verbal cues from people. If they don't seem comfortable with you, you just got to move on to the next person, and that's that.
Well, what about my trick that I use? in my opening line, I used words that are typically used as put downs. You know, like, I hope you are not okay with the way things are, and that you are interested in making, a change for the good. Because so often you'll get, I'm okay, I'm not interested. and so you just confuse their brain a little bit, by
Yeah, well, I mean mostly about the not political uncomfortability, but uncomfortability because people have been literally cooped up in their houses for 8 months or more, and they might be having a mental break right now because of that. You know what I mean?
Oh, right.
So you don't want to, like, if you're like Alex Brower's campaign right now, they have to go door to door to petition because it's such a small area that they're petitioning in.
Okay. Right.
So I don't know if you've done any petitioning for them yet. I have not had the chance to, and I feel really bad about it. They're petitioning now this weekend.
Right. No, I probably will do so. I did last year when he was, in the winter.
Yeah.
I have
Again,
strong memories of, like the slush and the whatever.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can commit to like 50 signatures or something like that. I don't know how many he's got to get, actually. It's a good question.
Right. Well, and he's got, I have some news. This is off topic, but I want to say it partially to remember it. I think there's an organization called Wisconsin Voices. And according to my nephew's wife, who works for Riverkeeper, the what do they call it? The van? The van is more available than we thought. It's not. She doesn't think you have to be aligned with the Democratic Party to get access to the van. So if that's true, that would be incredible. The voter access network.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Democratic thing. The Democratic
That's
Party
exactly what I thought, but
owns it.
she's a director. She's not a, I mean, she's experienced, so I'm at least going to double check to make sure that she's wrong. Okay. I'm going to try. We actually had one person right at 10:30 that tried to join, and I was hopeful. Hey, if nothing else, at least we'll get videos out of this whole thing, right? I mean, at least we hope. Well, you could help out if you're going to be around. So I'm creating this Google doc called Chat Questions, and Dave wanted just a dedicated doc for that, so that we would be watching the chat and trying to pull in. I don't know entirely what he's trying to do, but I guess pull in all the questions, or maybe neglecting some of them that are crazy, or I don't know. Probably try to preserve the order so that the presenters have a place to, they can quickly look. Oh, and he mentioned the idea of putting it up at the top. I don't know. I don't know if he wants the latest questions at the top, and you know what I mean? We should discuss that. So I'm going to make this completely public. Violate my normal rules.
Okay, school board seats, they need 400 to 800 signatures. So, it's like 16 people collecting 50 signatures.
Yeah, I mean, geez, not too hard, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's not that hard, but when you go door to door to petition, you might hit like 1 out of every 10 houses
Oh,
has
you're
a
right.
person
You're
that's
right.
willing to sign. So it's a lot of extra legwork, which is such a pain.
Right.
And he hasn't told me how many signatures he has so far. He's just been telling me about his events. And I've been lazy about putting them up on the Google stuff, on our Google group immediately. But I don't know. It's a lot.
Yeah, I think this has been hard. I just got so much. I mean, I give Dave credit for going forward with this and so forth, but it's like I really needed more time to recover in between events.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully we've got some candidates out of today because, it's been pretty slim. Have you heard anything from Michael White about that person he said that he knew running for the Department of Public Instruction superintendent?
No. Who was it that sort of supported his idea? Somebody chimed in. Oh, Dave was sort of more welcoming to Michael White. So I hope, because it seemed like we were sort of putting him off.
Oh, well, I just said that, that's great, but he can't just wholeheartedly get our endorsement without giving us anything. He's got to do the questionnaire and he's got to become a green. He can't just, ride our coattails basically and then just ditch us. Which I'm increasingly concerned about because of all of the great candidates we endorsed in the last year or two, and then I saw all of the pushing of Biden on their social media pages, and it's really upsetting.
Oh, did you see the Rhode Island? I got this. I was trying to catch up on the national committee, and I saw the Rhode Island Green Party. I mean, I want to say bless them, even though I'm agnostic or whatever. But I mean, they seem like a good crew, a good party, really intelligent people. But they all decided to stop campaigning, like in May or June. I don't know. They were going to be involved in the presidential campaign, and then they invoked the whole spoiler argument against themselves and pulled out, and then it's caused turmoil at the national level. But they have a really almost like a literary quality publication, that a PDF. So I sent you an email about that.
Yeah, like Angelito, he was pushing Biden really hard, and he won't return any of my messages anymore. So I think he just kind of used our endorsement and moved on.
Okay.
Same with the Madison mayor. She was Satya Rhodes Conway, completely hugely pushing Biden on her social media. And it's
Well,
like, I don't know. It's disappointing.
So there's something, I have a theory about Zoom, which is that if you join a Zoom meeting, say at noon, you will only see, and no one's entered, or let's say there's a whole bunch of stuff entered into the chat log and you join a half an hour late. I don't think you get to see the prior stuff. So we need to kind of continually put new stuff into the chat.
Are we live on YouTube already?
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, but if we stop the live feed, I'm afraid. I've never tested it, but I'm afraid that it would break the live feed.
Are we recording?
No, we're not recording. Should I? I might as well start the recording, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, 2 people in the waiting room. We should be able to let them in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't see the waiting room, so.
Oh, I'm going to make you a co-host. Wait a minute.
Good morning.
All right, cool. So I turned the waiting room off. So Barb, I will make you a co-host. And then likewise, Joe Nathan, would you like to be a co-host?
You're on mute.
Oh, I might have to change a diaper. I'm not quite sure what domestics are going to do to my.
Yeah, I'm just offering to make you a co-host. I don't know if you're familiar with Zoom or if you want to do that another time.
I'm not familiar with it at all. It's like one of my first actual Zoom experiences.
Okay. Okay. But we can go over it some other time.
Who's all here now?
We just have, well, yeah. Emerson, do you want to introduce yourself? This half an hour is,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Emerson. I live up in Ashland, Wisconsin. I volunteered with the Wisconsin Green Party to help get Howie Hawkins on the ballot, and have emailed a few of you before because of that. Currently running for city council up here.
Great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when your signatures came in the mail. Thanks for your help.
I was the one you were emailing. It's good to
Mhm.
finally see you.
Yeah, I'm Dave Schwab, and I think we probably emailed during the petition drive.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's good to put a face to the name, and yeah, great to hear that you're running for city council.
Yeah. Also not currently a member of the Green Party, but might like to be in the future, depending.
Sounds good. Are you acquainted with Joe Nathan Kingfisher?
I am not.
Hey,
Yeah. Well, you're in the same neck of the woods.
yeah, right at Farm Road, city corner diagonal to the Ashland Area Vet Clinic. Down the elementary.
Emerson, did you do most of your petitioning up in Ashland, or did you travel around to other places?
I was living down in Eau Claire for the summer,
Okay.
and did most of it in the public parks in Eau Claire.
That's really cool. I was looking at the initial vote counts, and some of them were disaggregated so you could see who exactly, like what areas had write-ins for Howie Hawkins, not just like write-in category. And like, I'm pretty sure I know the exact people in some of these remote areas who had cast their votes for Howie. But in the cities, you can't tell because there's hundreds or thousands of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a pretty good guess at who every single person who voted Howie Hawkins this last year in Ashland County is, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's fun.
So Emerson, are you associated with Northland College at all?
Yeah, I went to Northland College, graduated 2 years ago with a degree in gender and women's studies.
Cool. What are you mostly doing right now? Living?
I did not catch what you just said, sorry.
I was just wondering what you are mostly doing in Ashland these days.
I've just been living up here, working at a local coffee shop as a line cook.
That's Black Cat?
The Black Cat, yeah.
All right.
Working on the city council run, kind of getting ready to do like a unionization campaign down at that corner of Ashland and try to get some of those local businesses unionized. But
Wow.
There's another fellow in District 7 here that's one of the local chapter, so we've already started dialogue on that.
Yeah, and
more informed as far as local people.
sorry, go ahead, Joe Nathan.
It seems more informed than on the local green. I don't know anyone voting green. That's a great connect.
yeah. I'm also affiliated with the local chapter of the Communist Party, and I know a lot of them are Green voters at the presidential level, in governor level at least.
So is that what is the CP? Is that Marxist-Leninist, or what kind of?
Yeah, it's officially Marxist-Leninist, though I would say the majority of our local group is not.
Okay, yeah, we have some representation there's a Trotskyite group called Solidarity in the Milwaukee area.
So I don't know if Joe Nathan mentioned, but one of our new members up in District 7 who lives in Tech, Wisconsin, but I know Joe Nathan has been talking with him, actually is a union organizer as well. And he was just at a university in New Mexico, and I think was involved with organizing grad students into a union there. So maybe that might be a good connection to make if you are, working on unionizing workers.
Yeah, that'd be a really good connection to make.
And let's see, we've had another person join, John Miglietta. Do you want to introduce yourself? Okay, let's see, it looks like you unmuted for a sec. Okay. You're unmuted, John. Would you like to introduce yourself? Oh, muted again.
In the chat screen, John said that they don't have a camera or microphone on the computer that they're using.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Okay, from Tennessee, cool.
I can put the phone number if he wants to use a plain old phone to call in for audio. I'll put that in the chat.
I didn't really introduce myself. Hi, I'm Barbara Dahlgren. I'm the outgoing co-chair of the Wisconsin Greens. I've been involved in the elections committees, local and state, for 3 years now. I started at the Milwaukee local level. I'm here in West Dallas next to Milwaukee. And I'm currently still leading the state elections committee. So anybody who wants to be endorsed by the Green Party, that endorsement goes through the elections committee first, and then we make recommendations to the coordinating council. So I would be the one that sends out questionnaires or receives questionnaires, and it's a democratically run organization. So it's not like, you know, my vote is the only one that counts and I'm like the overbearing person on that committee. It's a group decision of all the committee members to endorse or not endorse. And one of the main requirements is that we ask that people who want to be endorsed join the Green Party, so that there is some buy-in to the party itself and its ideas. Endorse or not endorse.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to share the live stream on social media before we, really get going here. But I will make sure to mute all unnecessary sounds.
I'm not sure we've heard from Tom or Barb Eisenberg. If either of you want to introduce yourselves.
Okay, I'm Tom from Milwaukee, the Bayview area, and I'm retired, so have enough time to. I seem to put in a fair amount of time on the IT support for the Wisconsin and the Milwaukee Green Party pass.
Hi, I'm Barb Eisenberg. I've been with the Greens for about 20 years. Yikes. And I'm currently the Greater Milwaukee Green Party treasurer. One of my things has been getting people involved in the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Pass.
Are we doing introductions? I'm Justin Paglino. I'm new to the Green Party this year, but I ran for Congress as a Green in the 3rd District of Connecticut. I'm a retired MD PhD. I do piano teaching now and activism, which turned into a run for Congress since I decided that was the the most effective thing I could do as an activist. And so I ran on primarily on a platform of Medicare for all, but brought in other issues like ranked choice voting and climate change, carbon tax and dividend, and Green New Deal. And I got 1.5% of the vote, which in Connecticut is enough to keep the ballot line for next time. So I plan to do it again in 2022, and just trying to build the party in Connecticut. So I've left the Democratic Party behind me for good now, and hoping to build third party strength.
Awesome. Thanks. Welcome, Justin. I'm Dave Schwab, co-chair of Wisconsin Green Party. I was, following your campaign and, rooting for you. I remember seeing you talking about Medicare for All with Howie and Angela. I thought that was a really excellent discussion. So, yeah, and I think Medicare for All is such a huge issue right now, and it's so clear that the Democrats are not going to pass it. It's become kind of like the Lucy's football that and we see in state after state the Democrats they'll pass single payer health care again and again until they get the votes that they need to actually pass it. And then all of a sudden it mysteriously dies in committee. We've seen that in state after state after state. And now, at the congressional level, they're freaking out because people are realizing that, hey, we could have a vote on Medicare for all in the middle of a pandemic. And, the so-called progressive Democrats are doing everything they can to prevent that from happening, because it would reveal who the party really represents. Anyway, that's my.
Yeah, no, I've been listening to Jimmy Dore talk all about that, and I point out that the Republicans. I looked it up. How many times did they vote to repeal Obamacare? It was
like 40.
Yeah, it was an amazing number of times, and they never said, "Oh, we're not going to waste our time with a performative vote." They understood that's how you fight for something when you really want it. Is you hold a vote and you show the public where you stand on it. So this, in a way, just shows where the Democratic Party is. But it's sad to see, we kind of knew that, but it's sad to see AOC kind of carrying water for that line. But it also kind of exposes her, that's progressives, that's the Democratic Party is where progressive ideas go to die.
Yep.
So it's just one more reason, and we need a third party, we need third parties. And I've also joined Voter Choice Connecticut, which is a pretty robust effort to bring ranked choice voting to Connecticut. And I've joined the grassroots outreach team for that organization. And the Connecticut passed a study bill in the House last year, but it didn't pass the Senate. So we're trying to at least get maybe the Senate to pass the study bill and move the ball forward. But in the meantime, I joined the grassroots outreach team because I just want to talk to as many people as I can about it and spread the word about ranked choice voting.
Awesome.
And I'm going to see how long I can stay on today. Hopefully, I'll stay on pretty long, but I don't know if I can stay the whole time.
Yeah, no worries. We will be live streaming today's workshops, and we'll also be recording the workshops. So we definitely appreciate people participating live today, but if not, then you'll be able to watch the videos and spread them around, because we really wanted this to be useful not just for folks who can show up, because we know it's basically the holidays already, and a lot of people are recharging the batteries, but we did want to make sure that we got some videos from today. So you know, we can have kind of a campaign school in a box to share with folks. We're getting pretty close to our start time. Let's see. Looks like, all right, so I'll introduce myself quick and lay down a few of our just ground rules for the day that are pretty short and sweet. But I'm Dave Schwab. I'm co-chair of the Wisconsin Green Party. I live in beautiful Madison, Wisconsin, and I have been involved with the Green Party for a while now, since about 2004. And this is my last year of eligibility for the Youth Caucus. First year of eligibility to run for president, I guess. But anyway, more to the point, I will be giving some presentations today for the campaign school. This is the third annual Wisconsin Green Party campaign school. Since we you know, made the commitment to do one of these per year, we try to hold it after the fall gathering and before spring elections start, because, you know, we're lucky enough to have elections pretty much every year in Wisconsin in the spring. Petitioning is already underway for many local offices, as well as the state superintendent of education. And we have deadlines right in the beginning of January, primaries in February, and the election in April. So not to mention Wisconsin Conservation Congress, and those caucus style meetings happen in April usually. So we have a lot of elections coming up, a lot of opportunities, and we also wanted to, you know, share it with Greens across the country. So it's great that people are joining us. And yeah, so this year is a little bit different, but, you know, with the inability to meet in person, we really do have this opportunity to, you know, do a video conference. And in a way, it's more inclusive because, you know, people who can't travel to an in-person campaign school, you know, for at least for folks who do have internet access, there's less travel, less expense, less environmental impact. So yeah, so we're definitely taking it as a good opportunity. So regarding the ground rules for today, first of all, we're trying to cover as much ground as possible in a few hours. So we'll have limited time for questions until the end. And that means it will be at the discretion of the presenters whether to take questions during their presentations. And we might try to take questions that are, you know, really clarifying questions to, you know, make sure everyone understands what's being talked about. But for kind of more open-ended discussion questions, we might bike rack those until later in the day. And we do have a time for Q&A at the end of the day. So if you have a question, please type it in the chat. Our support team will be watching the chat and taking the questions. And so we will be able to, you know, see your questions. And like I said, it will, you know, we'll trust the presenters to, you know, decide when to take the questions. This number two is that the materials in this campaign school were designed pre-pandemic. And we also want them to be useful after the pandemic is over. So we didn't change everything based on the pandemic. Instead, we'll have a special section about campaigning during COVID. So I hope that makes sense to folks. Again, if you have any questions, just feel free to put them in the chat. So number three is that we'll be recording the campaign school and publicly sharing the videos online. and we won't be able to do much video editing. So if you don't wish to appear in the video, but you'd like to watch the campaign school, please just mute your mic and turn off your camera. We're also live streaming, so you can watch on YouTube anonymously. But we will be, again, recording the workshops and publicly sharing the videos online. And then finally, this campaign school is a free service provided by the Wisconsin Green Party. So if you'd like to support us on programs like this, please consider contributing to the WIGP. Or if you're if you're a Wisconsin resident, then we'd love for you to become a dues-paying member. And either to contribute or to become a dues-paying member, you can go to wisconsingreenparty.org/contribute. All right. So I think we have a couple more guests who've joined while I was introducing myself. So we have Hillary Kane and RLP. If you could introduce yourselves quickly, and we're going to try to get rolling right at noon. So Hillary?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Hillary Kane. I am the National Treasurer of the Green Party, as well as a member of our Coordinated Campaign Committee, and I live in Philadelphia.
Awesome. Thanks, Hillary, for joining us. Really appreciate it. And then RLP.
Hey, my name's Rachel. I live in Madison. Pronouns are she, her. I was active in the Four Lakes Green Party for a little while and stopped out because of what I experienced to be sexism, but I support the Green Party and want to stay involved. Check.
Great. Thanks, Rachel. Glad to have you joining us. Okay, so yeah, like I said, we want to get started right at noon Central. So that's a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, I'm just going to share the live stream here on Facebook. And maybe if folks have any quick questions about the day or the ground rules, you can put them in the chat. All right. So it is right now noon Central. So let's get started. Welcome everybody to the Wisconsin Green Party Campaign School. Thanks for joining us today, whether you're here with us in the video conference or watching online or watching the video. And as I mentioned quickly before, this is the third annual Wisconsin Green Party Campaign School. Since we made the commitment to hold these and we really appreciate folks joining us, not only in Wisconsin, but all around the country. So I want to get started with a presentation about thinking of running for office. And if you have any questions, then please put them in the chat, and our support team will be monitoring the chat and taking questions from there, copying them so that our presenters will be able to see them. All right, so I'm going to share my screen here and share this presentation. All right, so if you're here with us, you may be thinking of running for office, or you may be thinking about supporting a campaign, or supporting someone you know who is thinking of running for office. So let's ask, who's campaign school for? You may think you're not the ideal candidate, which you might think is someone who's charismatic, well-connected, experienced, able to self-fund their campaign, someone who knows it all, and that's okay. Because campaign school is about empowering regular people to run for office and breaking down the barriers that keep people from taking part in politics, government, and the decisions that affect our daily lives. So here are some questions to ask yourself. Why do I want to run? What do I hope to accomplish? What do I know about my district and the office I'm thinking of running for? Do I have the time and energy to run for office? How will my family and friends respond to me being gone many nights? Some more questions to ask yourself. Can I spend a lot of time knocking on doors, making calls, and talking with people? Do I have friends and volunteers who will help? Am I willing to ask people to help with contributions, volunteering, endorsements, etc.? If I were to send a letter to friends and family asking them to donate, who would I send it to? How much could I raise? So another question is, what's your motivation? In other words, ask yourself this: am I motivated to make the world a better place? This is important. You want to ask, what's the real deep reason why I want to run for office? Am I willing to work hard? Am I prepared to put a lot of free time into this campaign over the coming months? Am I willing to motivate others to join me? So if you answered yes to these questions, then you too can be a candidate. And then once you decide to run, here's some things to do. Gather friends that will help with your campaign. Research past campaigns to see what you need to do to win. Open a campaign bank account. And usually the candidate puts in the money to get it started. Not always, but often. Before you raise any money from others, register with the appropriate authorities and get to know your district, every inch of it. More things to do once you decide to run. Start to craft a response to "I'm running because," or the question, "Why are you running?" Put out a fundraising letter to family and friends. Ask everyone you know in your district for a contribution and/or endorsement. Get the voter file and start a voter contact plan. Get some good photos taken. Develop a budget and fundraising plan. Start to develop your platform and message. If some of these things sound a little daunting, that's okay, because we'll cover a lot of this ground later on in the campaign school. So you're here because you want to learn how to campaign. If this is your first time running, then campaign school can be a big help. And you also want to seek out people who've run campaigns before, whether as candidates or as team members, for advice. It's especially great if you can find people who have been candidates because they have a unique perspective about what running for office is like. But anyone you can talk to with some experience can be very helpful, especially if they've run in a similar race to yours. So the basic mechanics of campaigning stay the same, but every race is unique. Here are some variables: your district, your office, the competition, the election cycle, the people, the resources, and the technology available, the political climate and current issues. So one issue, as we touched on a little bit ago, is the COVID-19 pandemic. And just to reiterate, we decided not to change everything in the workshops to be about the pandemic, but we will talk later about campaigning during the pandemic. So take everything with a grain of salt because campaigning isn't always the same every year, and certainly during the pandemic it's been very different. So here's the bottom line. It may seem like there are too many different moving parts to keep track of, but the basic goal of the campaign is simple. Figure out how many votes you need to win, then do what you can with what you have to get them. And that we will refer to as your win number. So here's what to do first. Once you've decided to run, here are the things you need to do before you start collecting signatures. Make a calendar for now through the end of the petitioning period and fill it in with at least the rest of these tasks. Open a campaign bank account, register your campaign with the authorities, get to know every inch of your district, start to craft your "I am running because" statement, and get your first fundraising letter out. Then get out there in the community, ask everyone you see for help, their endorsement, and a contribution. Start assembling your campaign team. Make sure you have the voter file, get some good photos taken, get your nomination papers ready to go, and check in with key stakeholders in the district and the office you're running for. All right. So that is our first presentation about thinking of running for office. And now we're going to switch over to talk about candidate and campaign manager roles. So the role of the candidate, and this is in basic, simple terms, but these are important things to keep in mind. So the candidate will be knocking on doors, collecting signatures, and talking to voters. You're the face and voice of the campaign. Making calls for fundraising and other asks. Attending campaign and community events. Communicating with media as the face of the campaign. And the candidate is ultimately in charge of the campaign. They hire the campaign manager. They have the final say on message, staff hires, and basically everything. The candidate is a leader. So the candidate should lead by doing, not just telling others what to do. And yes, that means the candidate will need to do a lot of the nitty-gritty work, especially in the beginning before the team grows. And the campaign manager and team should try to cover other duties so the candidate can focus on what only a candidate can do, but the candidate always has work to do. And the candidate is key for asking people to get involved and thanking people for their help. So let's move on to the campaign manager role. So the campaign manager manages the candidate and campaign team, develops a campaign plan and keeps it on track, ensures the campaign is sticking to the plan, meaning strategy, budget, message, ground game, etc. They manage projects and check in with team members. They understand campaign tools and resources. They gather info and make business decisions. So a big part of the campaign manager role is managing the candidate. You want to keep the candidate efficient, on task, and on target. And try to keep the candidate doing what only the candidate can do, and keep them from spending time on what other team members can do. And limit candidate distractions. So for example, they don't need to spend hours on social media or press releases. And make sure that campaign goals are clearly laid out, communicated, and tracked. Now, one pattern that you'll see is that there's always a shortage of time, because there's always more that you can do. There's always more voters that you can reach. So it's very important to keep the candidate doing the most important high priority tasks, because their time and energy is limited. And the key to a successful campaign is going to be making sure that the candidate's time and energy are used well. So the campaign manager is also a decision maker. Campaign decisions can be high stakes, so they're vulnerable to paralysis by analysis, meaning people keep analyzing the situation and are just afraid to make a decision because they're afraid it might not be the best one. So don't get stuck waiting for the perfect plan or situation. Once you've gathered info and consulted with the candidate and trusted team members, make the best decision available. Make decisions in a timely and confident manner before it's too late to take advantage of an opportunity. So sometimes the campaign manager role involves being, quote, the bad guy. The campaign manager needs to be ready to have hard conversations and make tough decisions, like firing staff members who aren't working out. The candidate shouldn't expend energy on conflict, which also threatens their public image. Sometimes the campaign manager needs to be the bad guy so the candidate can be the good guy. Campaign manager is also systems manager. So they need to stay on top of the budget and track the return on investment for expenses. The campaign manager implements and maintains systems like fundraising, ground game, communications, etc. They need to effectively manage staff and volunteers, and they should educate themselves about project management best practices. And just like the candidate, the campaign manager has limited time and energy. And so they won't be able to do everything themselves, but they do need to have a basic understanding of the systems, the staff that are working on them, or volunteers, and they need to basically get people the resources they need to succeed in their roles. So the campaign manager is a project manager, and they schedule and facilitate regular, often weekly meetings for the core team, which include brief reports on all departments and issues that need feedback from team members. They have one-on-one or small group check-ins with team members throughout the week. And we encourage campaign managers to set SMART goals, meaning they're specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And that should be pretty self-explanatory. But there's a lot on SMART goals if you're have questions about any of those. And when projects get held up, the campaign manager investigates and troubleshoots. So the campaign manager has to know your stuff. You should know what's going on with the campaign and the election and the news. Learn the political landscape. So recent election results, voter demographics, hot issues, media outlets, etc. The campaign manager should take the lead on figuring things out, such as filing requirements, tech tools, or delegating, figuring these things out. So sometimes kind of the hard stuff that no one really wants to take the lead on, the campaign manager has to step up and do it. And always be listening to the candidate, the campaign team, voters, and using what you learn to guide the campaign. All right. So, just checking to see, all right, not seeing any clarifying questions in our doc. So I'll just keep charging on so that we can have time for all our presentations and keep on track, and then we'll have plenty of time for Q&A and discussion later on. All right, so next, let's talk about platform and message. All right, well, we encourage folks to start with the Green Party platform. And there's the national platform at gp.org/platform. Our state platform is at wisconsingreenparty.org/platform. And you can get a lot of great ideas for your campaign from both of those platforms. And that's a good starting point, but there are plenty of other resources to define your platform and message. So let's explore some of that. So first of all, consider the level and office that you're running for. So what level are you running at, local, state, or federal? And what are the duties and jurisdiction of the office you're running for? Then look at the corresponding Green Party platform, whether it's local, state, or national, for ideas about positions that are appropriate for the office you're seeking. So you want to match the level to the platform. If you're running for local office, look at a green platform for your community and or other communities in your state, or even in other states. If you're running for a state legislature, you might want to start with the state party platform. If you're running for federal office, you might want to start with the national platform. But feel free to look at all of the above, plus other candidates' platforms, especially for issues that may be particularly important for your state or for your community. And consider the jurisdiction of the office you're seeking. For example, a campaign for a county clerk or sheriff will involve different issues than a campaign for Congress. A sheriff obviously will involve local law enforcement issues. A county clerk, you might be talking a lot about elections and election integrity best practices. Campaign for Congress, you can talk about national federal issues. But if you're running for county clerk and talking about national issues, then that won't really make sense to people. So make sure your platform doesn't include positions that are clearly outside the jurisdiction of the office, because that will just make people question your entire campaign. So let's talk about special issues or hot issues. And there's often hot issues involving recent news, and this can develop during the campaign. And taking a position on hot issues makes your campaign interesting to media, activists, and voters. And make sure to consult with trusted organizations and people before stepping into the debate on hot issues. And you want to align with allies. So on issues that are too new, specific, or local to be in the state party platform, meet with like-minded organizations to find out their position. Aligning your positions with organizations in your area both draws on the experience and wisdom of local activists, and it gives them a reason to support you. But if the allies' position seems like it's at odds with the Green platform, don't adopt their position right away. First, try to understand and reconcile the difference. You also want to find wedge issues and establish contrast. Wedge issues set you apart from the incumbent and from other opponents. So here are some questions to ask. What issues are they on the wrong side of? Especially those that go against a significant number of voters in your district. So for example, maybe the politicians are trying to bring fighter jets, smack dab in the middle of your city, and the voters in the city don't want fighter jets, with nuclear armed capability right in the middle of their city. What positions are they soft on? So what issues are they soft on? So they don't take a position. Maybe they take a position, but they don't take any action, or they take action, but it's not strong enough. This is extremely common in politics where, politicians will give kind of soft support to issues, but they don't actually match their words with their actions, and they don't give us the action that we need. So that's something that you may want to focus on. And when you focus on wedge issues, it gives people a reason to support you over your opponents. All right, so we've talked a little bit about defining your platform. Now let's talk about the message. So start with key issues. Usually you want to focus on 3 to 5 key issues. And this is because voters and media have limited time, space, and attention. And to be clear, we're not saying that you should only have 3 issues in your campaign. We're saying that these are key issues that you really focus on and that you're going to be talking about a lot and repeating a lot. And these key issues should capture the attention of most voters in your target audience. And you should have some diversity in your key issues. So they shouldn't all be economic issues or all environmental issues. You should have some diversity there so that you can be capturing the attention of voters who may have slightly different priorities. And consider special issues and wedge issues as some of your key issues, because again, those can really capture the attention of voters in the media, and they can also give people a strong reason to support you instead of your opponents. So for choosing key issues, here are some things to consider. What's important to people in your district? You might want to look at state and national polls of top issues, and those can give you a general idea of just sort of what does the average person care about right now. But you want to be clear that the top issues in your district might be different, but still that can at least get you thinking. And talk to people about what they care about, but beware of being caught in an echo chamber. So if you only talk with, a handful of local activists who you talk politics with regularly, you may care about very similar things that they do. But if you get outside your echo chamber and talk with other people in your community, you might hear some other priorities. So make sure that you're talking with a lot of people and getting info from a lot of sources. And you want to include the most important issues for your target constituencies. So, for example, if people really care a lot about cleaning up the bodies of water in your community, then you might want to make that a key issue. Some issues in your platform, even ones that are important to you, have too narrow appeal to be key issues. So one example that I sometimes use, and thankfully this is changing a little bit, but I think ranked choice voting is an extremely important issue. And, I try to, build the movement for ranked choice voting as much as possible. But when you're running for office, that, electoral reform is probably not in the top 3 issues of most of the people you talk to. So you can certainly include those issues in your platform and, do what you can to spread the word and talk to people who are interested in them. But sometimes you have to keep in mind that you're not going to be able to lead with the issue, an issue that's really important to you if it's not a top priority in your community. So why are you running? This is a question that candidates need to be ready to answer. So you need a 1-sentence version, a 1-minute version, and a longer 3 to 5 minute version, depending on the situation. So, the 1-sentence version is useful for if the media wants to give you a soundbite. A 1-minute version, sort of an elevator pitch, and 3 to 5 minute version, if you're talking with someone at their doorstep, if you are, giving a radio interview and you have a little bit more time to talk. But make sure that you do have those shorter versions, because not everyone is going to give you 5 minutes to explain why you're running. And let people know you're running to win, or they won't take your campaign seriously. Even if you're an underdog, then you still want to let people know that you're in it to win it. And it's not just about winning, or not just about raising issues. You need to give voice to a motivation for running that resonates with people. And this motivation could be your story or your worldview. So an example of a story that would be a motivation for running. If your family member couldn't afford healthcare and you're running to change that, that story will really resonate with people, and they'll say, yeah, that I see why this person is running for office and why they care. Or maybe you don't have a story quite like that, but maybe you have a worldview that will resonate with people. And you can say, for example, government is failing regular people, and I'm running to change that. That motivation, again, that will resonate with a lot of people. So let's talk about your campaign story, because people respond to stories more than issues or opinions. So one way to say this is that people need to know how much you care before they care how much you know. So before supporting you, people need to identify with something about you and feel they can trust you. And they need to understand your motivation for running is something that resonates with them. It's not just that you want to be famous and powerful. So your story can include your life story, or at least parts of your life story, and your connection to your community. So telling your campaign story, it can include your experience, your qualifications, your community involvement, why you decided to run. And again, there may be a very personal story in there. It may just be that you've been involved for a long time and you really want a better government and a better world, so you decided to run. And so you can talk about your vision for your community, for your state, for your country, for your world. And ask your campaign manager and or other trusted confidants to help. And this goes for a lot of things, but in particular your story. A lot of people aren't used to telling their story in a way like this and sort of selling themselves to other people. So it can really help to have someone who is willing to listen to your story and also make suggestions and changes and really help you find something that will connect with people. So then the question, why are you green, is another question that people will ask, and you need to be prepared to answer this question. And there are a lot of different answers. Again, it's a very personal question that can be part of your story. Here are just some sample answers that will likely appeal to a lot of people in your target audience of voters. So you can talk about green values like peace, justice, democracy, ecology, and other pillars and values of the Green Party that really are values that most people share. You can say that we need a political party that doesn't take money from corporate interests, lobbyists, or super PACs, and or that the two-party system isn't doing a good job of representing us, and it's time that we have more voices and more choices. And there's a recent national poll during the 2020 campaign. Even with the incredible atmosphere of fear that existed, still they found that 60% of people agree with this, that the two-party system is not working. So you need to focus on the core message. And again, the core message involves key issues and it involves your campaign story. And in a campaign, you have to repeat the same message many times. There's a time and a place for issues outside your core message, but in most situations, you should focus on your 3 to 5 key issues. And here's how you can make the message stick. Tell them what you're going to tell them, then tell them what you told them. So even when you're talking to one person or one journalist, you're going to be repeating yourself. So get ready for that. And let's talk about slogans, because you may want a slogan that sums up your campaign or an important part of your campaign in a catchy phrase. And don't be afraid to borrow from slogans. You probably don't want to steal something outright because that would be plagiarism. But here's some good examples. People, planet, and peace over profit. An America that works for all of us, for the greater good, and progressive activist neighbor. The last slogan, progressive activist neighbor, was from a successful local campaign here in Dane County. And again, it kind of quickly tells people, your story and, kind of some parts of your identity and your values that really resonate with people in your community. All right. So that's a little something about platform and message. And yeah, so I think we're actually ahead of schedule here a little bit. It looks like we did have one comment come in while we were talking about goal setting, and I mentioned SMART goals, and the comment is SMARTIE goals, so SMARTIE, includes inclusion and equity in goal setting. Yeah, so that is a great point. That the goals shouldn't just be, because I think SMART goals comes from maybe the business world, and in a campaign, we want to remember we're not running a business. We really want to bring our values into everything we do. So inclusion and equity are extremely important, and you want to run your campaign in a way that reflects your values. So thanks for that comment. All right, so we are right now at 12:34 Central Time, and we are, again, a little bit ahead of schedule. So why don't we take a 5 or 6 minute break? And Hillary, do you want to get going at 12:40?
Sure, that's fine. I'm flexible.
Great. All right. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, so folks can take a 5 minute break, and we'll see you back here at 12:40. So I know we're on break right now, but I saw we had a couple more people join us. And if you're around, Christopher Walker and Destiny Clayton, if you'd like to introduce yourself real quick and say hi before we get rolling again.
Hi guys, I'm from Michigan. I'm from 2023.
Destiny, I think you froze.
Well, while Destiny gets sorted out, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Christopher R. Walker. Nice to see you there, Dave. It's been a while. I am a local attorney. I've been considering for positions in the past, and just want to come in and check out the school to know how to prepare myself.
Awesome. Cool. Well, yeah, great to have you joining us. And yeah, hopefully it'll be helpful. And as I mentioned before, we'll have a little bit more time later on for some discussion. So, we'd be glad to chat more about what you're thinking and how we can help. Let's see. So, Destiny, we heard. Sounded like I'm running for, and then you froze. I don't know if you're okay. So Destiny says, "Sorry, I'm driving to Alabama today." Okay. Well,
all the way from Wisconsin.
I think Destiny said they're from Michigan.
Oh, still, that's quite a distance. I'm hearing myself echo.
Okay. Well, everyone can mute, so we can hand it over the floor to Hillary. Yeah.
Okay, I'm running for governor in Michigan, and I got shared this link, and I was really excited to see your guys' training. So just wanted to stop in and get your guys' instructions, see if I had any advice that could help me.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, so I'll just mute and hand the floor over to Hillary.
Great. Are we ready to get started now? I still see a lot of blank screens, so the only person who has their video on is not here. Okay, great. All right, well then I will get started. Welcome back, everyone. Let me share screen. So welcome everyone. Again, my name is Hillary Kane, and I am a member of the Green Party's National Coordinated Campaign Committee. And we are the committee that is charged with supporting candidates and campaigns. One of the ways that we do that is by offering training like this. We try to do a monthly series of webinars at the national level, and anyone who wants to get on that mailing list can just put their email address in the chat, and I will get that from Dave later so that you can be on our national list for these types of trainings. And then occasionally we also offer campaign school trainings, doing them virtually in this time, but hopefully by maybe middle to end of next year, we'll be back to doing some in-person stuff. So it's great to see you all and to be a part of this. So thanks for having me. All right, so what I'm going to talk today is a little bit about, the early part of running for office, thinking more specifically. I know Dave did a lot of this sort of general overview, and I want to try to get more into the weeds on setting goals for your campaign, like really thinking deeply about what it is that you're trying to accomplish, and then how that impacts the rest of your run for office. We're going to talk a little bit about assessing resources, so both money and volunteers and other resources, thinking about putting together your campaign team, planning kickoff events, and even developing a budget. And please feel free to, pop in the chat with questions along the way. I know that we're recording this, but I do also want it to be interactive. And I find that, when folks ask questions, it adds to a much sort of richer conversation. All right, so the first thing is like, why should you run for office, right? And so there are a bunch of reasons. And I think especially as Greens, there's, a wide variety of reasons that when I talk to candidates about why they're running for office. Obviously, the first and foremost that most people would think of is to win, right? Like that's the whole point, right? Is that we want to take power in our political system as a party, advance the platform ideas that we have, advance our policy positions, to advance the 10 key values, right? That is the purpose that we are here, as a political party. And certainly at the local election, local levels, it is way more possible for Greens to win, and it happens all the time. So winning is certainly important, but it is by no means the only reason to run. And so some of the other reasons that I've heard Greens talk about are, improving their community, thinking about a particular issue that they want to advance and run on. Dave talked earlier about, things like electoral reforms, like ranked choice voting. Perhaps there's some particular issue in your community, a pipeline or a trash to steam plant that you're trying to stop. Whether, it could be around school board and what's been going on in, this year with COVID and how schools have reacted, right? There's so many different community specific issues. And sometimes Greens run to really just bring visibility to something that they think is not really getting attention from the mainstream parties. I think another great reason, something that maybe often gets overlooked, is to build the party itself, right? To think about how we can use our campaigns to serve as, an organizing drive, to really think about, particularly if you're going to run for something like governor statewide. I'm pretty sure Howie Hawkins was pretty upfront that, part of the reason he was running was to help build the Green Party, to use the campaign as a way to get people excited and energized and to bring people sort of into the tent, so to speak. And then, of course, another reason is also to think about building name recognition for a future run. We had in Philadelphia someone years ago who wanted to run for city council. And it just so happened that city council was the following year. And so we convinced him to run for state representative in the current year because it was actually in Philadelphia, ironically, our state rep districts are smaller than our city council districts. And so that state rep run was a great way. It was a good practice run. It was a smaller set of geography. It was a way for him to sort of build his campaign team, sort of, if you think about it, make all the mistakes the first time around so that you're ready the second time around. Running for office in some ways it's almost like setting up a small business and trying to be online and delivering product overnight, right? Like you're creating infrastructure, you're assembling a team, you're deciding, do we do things this way or that way? And it takes time to figure all that out. And the reality is like, you're just going to make mistakes the first time out of the gate because, it's the first time and you just don't know what you don't know yet. And so if you think about this as a multi-year process, you're definitely going to want to run for office again. Particularly, obviously, if you win, you're going to need to run to keep getting elected. But, even if you lose, we want to encourage folks to run again and again and again, because usually you get stronger, you get better, you have more name recognition, more credibility. And so definitely consider, that first time out of the gate as a way to sort of just build your team and build your strengths, your confidence for a future run. Do people have other ideas on why they might want to run for office? Anything that I didn't cover here? And feel free to either take yourself off mute or pop it in the chat. All right, well, if people have ideas, please chime in later on and we will definitely discuss them.
Kingfisher Stack?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
I'm remembering something that was said at our fall gathering, actually, probably the delegates for the presidential, a speaker said, we're not an affinity group. We are, a political party getting people elected. And as far as you mentioned, just, advocating the 10 values, 10 principles and such, as far as the crossover between expounding, advocating the green values, and then getting a political position. And all of the campaigning does support the values, but I mean, just getting out there to do that, make social connections. Could you just elaborate a little bit on the difference between affinity group and getting political positions? Thanks, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I fully understand what you mean by the affinity group piece. I mean, do you mean like allying with other organizations that have similar interests in terms of a particular like issue in the community?
That's an example of it, but just, I've been thinking this more myself, just how do you define the difference between advancing green values, like an affinity group, finding people with affinity, versus the stamp on, I'm getting this office. And, I think the Green Party has more wide interests together because of the principles and the pillars and principles. But yeah, just elaborate on that.
Right. Okay. So I think what I'm hearing is, sort of in some ways, what's our theory of change? And, obviously you could have a group of people that get together to all support the 10 key values that never runs for office, right? Like we're just going to sort of, try to embody the 10 key values in our own lives, or convince other people to do that in their own personal, way, in their own community and in sort of a local level. But at the end of the day, I think we all recognize, or a lot of us recognize, that it takes policy changes in order to really get what we want at scale, right? And so, like to use an environmental analogy, right? It's not just enough for each one of us to recycle in our homes. We have to really cut, carbon emissions at a serious level from industry, the military, like things that are sort of beyond what people can do just being like a little environmental club that meets at a local level, right? We need actual policy change. And whether we're pushing for that in the streets as activists, or ideally, getting and also getting elected to office so that we can then advance those policy solutions from within the halls of power. I mean, that's, I think, why a lot of us are here in the Green Party, to sort of just go beyond that affinity group, but really advance actual, policies that will, make change at scale at the level that we need it. So I hope that answered your question. All right. So once you figured out why you want to run, the next thing is really about developing goals. And I saw in the chat earlier that someone added the IE, the SMART E goals for inclusion and equity. And I think that's great. So I just learned that, so I didn't have a chance to, update this presentation. But more traditionally, we talk about SMART goals being specific, measurable, attainable, results-oriented, time-bound, and we can certainly add the inclusion and equity as well. But really, so what I'm going to do is a little thought exercise here on, two different goals, like two different overarching reasons to run for office, and then how that would translate into sort of these SMART goals when you think about organizing your campaign. So the first one is, let's say your goal is to build the Green Party, right? And so what would that look like? What would success look like, at the end of that run? Well, it might be things like growing membership. If you're running growing your local infrastructure. Maybe before you ran for office, your local party didn't have a media list and had never sent out press releases, but by the end of the year, because your campaign had developed that technique, you now can, bring that to your local party, right? Like that's an example of infrastructure, some sort of capacity that you've built within your local party. Maybe it's, on the measurable side, right? What does growth actually look like, right? It can be measured. And so Things like if you're running for statewide office, you might think about, well, we're going to develop 5 new county chapters across the state by the end of my run, for example. Or you might think of it in membership terms, in terms of individuals, like we're going to have 300 new registered Greens. I don't know if Wisconsin's a party registration state or not, but however you count members. Or maybe we're going to add some number of donors, right? Those would be the types of ways to measure that growth. You know, how does this compare with current? Is this attainable, right? Like, so you don't want to just say like, oh, we're going to have 1 million new registered Greens when right now you have 20, right? Like you can't just, you know, you have to have something that's realistic so that people don't burn out and throw up their hands. So R would be the sort of realistic piece, or, you know, results oriented. So like, what is the reason that we want to build the party? Well, so that we can actually compete in future elections, so that maybe we have, you know, a base of support, so that when we're allied, you know, with another organization around an issue-based cause, and they say like, how many people can you turn out to this march on the Capitol? Well, we can turn out this many people because we've done the work of building our party. And then the time bound, sort of what's the purpose, you know, what's the timeline? And so, you know, obviously the project of building the party is sort of forever and always, but, you know, for the purpose of your run, it might be this calendar year. And if we compare that to a winning for office SMART goal, so a winning for office is a little different, right? So what's the sort of, you know, overall purpose? It's the specific goal is to win county commissioner, for example. How are we going to measure that? Well, it's pretty clear. It's the number of, you know, 50% plus 1 vote, right? That's how you win. And as Dave said in the beginning, you want to be doing some research and thinking about, you know, looking at prior vote totals. Well, what does that actually take in this district historically? And so, for example, it could be 5,500 votes, you know, just saying. Is that attainable? Well, maybe the previous Green got 3,000 votes in this election. So again, looking at the numbers, thinking about what's achievable. And then in terms of results oriented, well, of course, the purpose of this particular goal is to actually win that office so that you can then accomplish X, Y, and Z in the policy arena, so that you can get certain bills passed or, you know, implement certain, you know, changes. And then the time bound is pretty clear. It's election day, right? Like that's something that you don't get to set. That is defined for you. So I want to put these two things side by side and really compare them because they are different. And what I often see in Green Party elections is that candidates, I've seen this go a couple of different ways, but basically sometimes I see candidates start out and say like, oh, well, there's no way I'm going to win. You know, I'm really here to grow the party. And they're sort of more in like the left-hand side of the chart. And then at some point in the year, something clicks and something changes and they start feeling like, man, I could actually win this thing. And whether or not that's true, and they start shifting to the right-hand side of the chart, which is fine. But I think, you know, my caution is that, you know, really think, is the win really attainable? And the reason I say this is because, you know, the unfortunate reality is that most of us do not have unlimited resources. We're not going to have millions of dollars to run for office. And we're going to have to make decisions and choices about what activities we do, where we invest our time as a candidate, where we invest our money. And the things that you would do for column B are very different than the things you might do for column A. And when push comes to shove and you have to make that hard choice, you know, where do you put your efforts? And so an example might be that if you have, you know, $3,000 and you want to invest it in your campaign and you're trying to win, and that is doable, you might spend that $3,000 on, you know, door-to-door flyering in one particular section of your district, because that's the section that maybe has the highest voter turnout, and, you know, is the section that's already most likely to get you votes, right? But if you're trying to grow the party, and maybe if we add the inclusion and equity goal, particularly maybe in neighborhoods that have not been already active with the Green Party, perhaps in more low-income areas or communities of color, you might spend that $3,000 in a different part of your district that maybe won't necessarily have the highest vote turnout for you, but will be more in line for this other long-term goal around growth and party development. And like, those are real decisions that come up on a campaign. And, I think I think sometimes the long-term party building gets sacrificed to the winning when winning isn't actually realistic. On the other hand, if winning is realistic and it is possible, like you sort of need to go all in on that, on that set of goals and those activities, because, getting a win is a huge deal. And it's something that we obviously need and want as a party. And then ironically, these things go together, right? Like a win can actually help build momentum and grow membership. So it's not an either or, but in the moment, it does really require thinking about what it is that you're trying to achieve. Why is it that you got in this race in the first place? And what in the sort of long term is really going to be the best thing for both you and the party and advancing the 10 key values. Any questions or comments on that? And I don't know if people have their own experience. I know we've got some candidates on the line here who have already run for office. And I'm curious, like, if people have stories or examples of how maybe these two things were a little bit either in tension in your race or just led you to, different kinds of actions.
Question.
Yeah.
What kind of connections, in terms of networking, can you expect to get? And I would assume you also, as a candidate, you're going to learn just how the system works. But so you described running once, and then you encourage people to run again. So what can you describe some of the things, like how you would mature from one campaign to the next pass?
Sure. Yeah. I think hopefully in almost every way, right? Think about public speaking, right? It takes practice. People get a stump speech, but maybe it takes to the third or fourth time that they've given it that they feel really comfortable. Those types of things, really mundane practical things like where do we get our signs printed for the best rate? That's also a union shop in a locally owned business, it takes time to figure out so many different aspects of the campaign. I think, I have a slide at the end that sort of breaks down like all the different things, like almost like homework. And I guarantee you that in every single dimension, you can get stronger and build infrastructure for a second run. Attracting good volunteers and keeping those volunteers. Well, it might have taken you 3 months at the beginning of your first campaign to get those 10 volunteers. But if you run again next year, you've already got those 10 names, right? It's all those little things and adding the cumulative effect of that. I know Justin Paglino is on this call, or at least he was, and just ran for office in Connecticut, and I think has already said that he plans to run again. He's got so many advantages out of the gate just because he's already had that run. So Justin, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I don't know if you would agree with me.
Yeah, you certainly learn a lot. That's one reason to run that I was going to add to, but you've kind of already talked about that. Reasons to run is to learn how to run, as a, even if you consider it kind of a trial run. In thinking about what the goals are, I kind of had tiered goals. I wanted to get at least I wanted to get 1% of the vote, because that was a goal I needed to stay on the ballot for next time, based on Connecticut law, to keep the ballot line for the party. So that was like a minimum goal that I met. Winning would be great, but yeah, it is hard. It is hard as a Green, especially running for Congress. And, you're up against a lot of forces and a lot of money. But I think it's valuable to, in terms of motivation for people, to keep track of these metrics so you can at least see movement in a positive direction, even, growing the number of votes you get each time, or growing the number of donors you have, or so on, you know. So, you know, yeah, so my attitude was kind of, I'd love to win, but I also didn't want to set myself up for disappointment. So I kind of had this attitude that it's almost a nothing to lose campaign. Everything I do is a win. You know, every voter contact, you know, thinking of it as an activist, kind of spreading the word about the issues. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, thank you. That was helpful.
Another question.
Yeah.
How much candidate to candidate mentoring goes on? In other words, like, can you approach somebody else that ran before, and, you know, how would you recommend doing that, right? You want to learn from someone else that's been there, done that. Pass.
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer is not enough of that happens. That is a really great thing. We just did a call a week ago at the national level about debriefing your run and how to change, you know, translate your run into ongoing party building. And that is certainly one element. So after you've run, you know, what did you learn, and how can you take that learning and give it over to the campaign, save it so that the next person, so even if you're not the one running for office the next time around, you know, that second person is learning, oh, this is the place to get the cheapest signs, and this is the place to do this, and this is how to do that, so that they don't have to totally reinvent the wheel, right? Like, you can't necessarily give them public speaking experience, but there's some things that you can translate. And so, you know, that's really the role of the party, is to, you know, be the, you know, keeper of that institutional knowledge, and know, oh, so-and-so ran for this office last year, or they ran for something else similar, you know, talk to them. That is definitely a good piece of advice. You know, even if you're just sort of in the exploratory fact-finding stage, talk to people who have done it before, so that, what, like the magical question, right? Like, if you only knew what you know now, like, if you could tell your previous self, what are the, top 3 pieces of advice that you would have given yourself, a year later? That's definitely, I mean, and if you can't find that locally, sort of reach out to the CCC. We can find you candidates who ran last year, the year before that, maybe in similar size districts, similar types of offices, those kinds of things. But yes, get as much advice as you can from everyone and anyone. Don't necessarily take it all, but but get it. All right, let's move on. All right, so thinking about assessing your resources, right? So there's different kinds of resources that you need to run for office. I mean, obviously financially, money is the big one. The most obvious, like thinking about, how are you going to pay for those campaign signs, the literature, the phone banking software, whatever the case may be. Staff, ideally, if you can swing it, but also human resources. I mean, that's really where it comes down to in the Green Party, is that we don't usually have a lot of the first kind, the money, but hopefully we've got people. And so how do you organize both staff and volunteers? Sometimes we have the luxury of paying people, not always. Usually it's very, very, very heavily volunteer driven, even in sort of what might be staff roles. But thinking about those people as a resource and how do you organize it well is huge. I talked a little tiny bit about infrastructure. I'm thinking of things about like databases, just processes and procedures, the way we do things, media lists, technology, all of that is really important. What kind of resources do you have in that? And then relationships, right? Who's in your network? Who are the allied groups that you can rely on? Who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows this mover and shaker in your community that might give you an endorsement? And so really thinking about each of these things as sort of a key part of your campaign, and trying to do as much as possible sort of a dispassionate analysis of what your resources are really like. And in that last section around relationships, I mean, in all of it actually, hopefully your local party, your state party, is a key part of all of these things, right? They may be in a position to give you some money, usually not loads. Sometimes, like in Pennsylvania, our state party might give a few $100s to campaigns. The national party also gives away money, but again, very small in the grand scheme of things. But hopefully your local party is a source of volunteer power. Your local party should be a source of infrastructure, existing databases. Here's our membership list. Here's our media list. Here's how other candidates have organized X, Y, and Z. And then also, it's the relationships. Maybe the party has relationships with some of these other organizations. So if you don't have a local party in your community, that's something that you definitely want to think about starting. And if you do, you really want to be working closely with them and not just running, sort of off in left field on your own. Some other key considerations before you run or while you're thinking is think about how your resources compare with the need, right? And so this is something that I find that Greens really struggle with, right? So it's almost like looking at the glass half full versus half empty. And so, and both are true, right? that's the struggle. The glass is both half full and half empty at the same time. And which sort of do you dwell on? And so I've seen races where, I'm thinking about a statewide race for judge. In Pennsylvania, we elect judges. Don't ask me why. And we had, a guy who was running for judge. It was a statewide race. And so the assumption was like, there's no way we can possibly win. And I think the stated campaign goal was one of the stated goals was to be able to raise enough money to do a mailer that would hit every single independent in the state. And the idea was that, and I can't remember what the math was, but that if like some large percentage of independents voted for us, then we would win. And we never even came close to raising that kind of money. No statewide mailer ever happened. And yet the candidate by end of October, thought he was gonna win. And, when I asked why, it's like, well, because we've done so much, we've raised more money than any other statewide candidate ever. We've done this, we've done this. And so if your metric is how the Green Party has done before, that's one thing, and that's great. And we need to be improving and growing and doing better and raising more than the last time. But if your metric is, well, what are the Democrats and Republicans rate? If we raised $100,000 and that's the most we've ever raised ever, that's the most amazing thing, great. But our competition is raising like $1 million or 10 million. I think just, again, put everything in perspective so you can, I think, be way more realistic about what your goals should be and how to really make the most of your run. That doesn't mean that the Davids of the world don't ever beat the Goliaths. Clearly they do, or we wouldn't be here because we have won those races. But it's really hard. Are you running against an incumbent or is this an open seat? Those are the kinds of things that can really make a difference that are just not even in our control, right? And so, think about what is the context in which you're running? Are there hot issues? Are there, various trends going on, right? Context is everything. Look at this past year, COVID really threw everyone for a loop and really changed the game. One could argue that it's what helped, unfortunately, Bernie Sanders' race kind of collapsed under COVID. One could argue that, Trump lost because the election was a referendum on COVID and his handling of it, less so than I think anyone would think that people were really excited about Joe Biden. Context matters. And, is the incumbent, going to jail because of a scandal, right? That makes a huge difference, particularly for sort of an outside, run like a Green Party run. And then what kind of time frame is there? Are you making, this is December of the year before. This is great. If you're here, you're on the ball, you're early, you've got it together. But if I was giving this presentation in June, and I have, sometimes people are at that late date still thinking maybe I can run for Congress. And the answer might be you can, it is technically possible, but if you're going to start that late in the race, it's probably not likely that you're going to win or generate the level of excitement that you would have if you had really started early. So really think about sort of everything that is informing and influencing this election. All right, seeing some stuff in the chat here. All right, okay, campaign team. And I think Dave touched on this a little bit about the role of the campaign manager. Again, none of these roles have to be paid staff. These can be sort of just, like your super duper key volunteers, people who are really, really, this is sort of your inner circle, the folks who you're going to be meeting with on a regular basis. You definitely so I have these sort of bucketed into different like levels. Most importantly, and usually legally, is a campaign treasurer. And I say this as a treasurer and someone who's been campaign treasurer. Somebody needs to be managing the money, and that is usually the most required, and sometimes the only thing that is actually required legally by the county or state board of election. Somebody has to be in charge of the money and, ideally know what they're doing. We have whole other training set aside for campaign treasurers, and if anybody is interested in that, I'm happy to do it. This is actually something that trips up a lot of candidates. It's like just finding someone willing and able to be the treasurer. It doesn't take, you don't have to have an MBA to be a campaign treasurer. You just have to be able to balance a checkbook and, keep a spreadsheet. It's pretty basic. And just be kind of, detail oriented and anal and, save all your receipts and all that. It's not that hard, but it does take a certain mindset, and it is a very important role. And ideally, there's a campaign manager. I think a lot of, especially small local green campaigns, the candidate is the manager, and that really is not a great way to do it. Candidates have their own special role in a campaign, and it's not the day-to-day operations, right? I mean, if you think about, a business, not that that's not necessarily my favorite analogy, but like, the CEO is in front of people, getting them motivated. I think about even like a university president. They're sort of out and about. They're raising money with donors. They're, sort of the cheerleader for that campus, but they're not the one necessarily like doing the internal operations, right? They're not managing the business end of the university. Like that is the campaign manager. So the candidate is, outward facing, talking to people, the visible face of the campaign manager, or a restaurant, maybe that's a better analogy, sort of front of the house, back of the house, right? The campaign manager is back of the house. That's the person who's thinking about what's the next thing that we should be doing? The mechanics, the logistics, how do we do it? Thinking about the strategy so that the candidate can sort of free up their brain space and their, energy to do that sort of very forward-facing, people, relationship-oriented stuff, which is his own skill set and can be very taxing and draining. And it's really hard to do both of these things well. So it's really ideally two separate people. And then, if you've got it organized, the next sort of roles to fill, I would think, are, volunteer coordinator, right? You want someone whose job it is to help bring in and coordinate even more volunteers. It's better to have someone find 3 people to make phone calls than to make phone calls themselves, right? Because ideally those 3 people, it just extends your reach. So the volunteer coordinator is certainly really important. Fundraiser, of course, you got to bring in the money. Media, press liaison, and then someone who's maybe thinking about technology, right? Your website, your social media, your database, those kinds of things. Those to me are sort of the next kind of like most key roles. In a small campaign, that the campaign manager is doing all of those things, right? Like that's what they're doing. But ideally, if you can grow and you can get other people in those roles, then that frees up the campaign manager to sort of do more, overall coordination, strategic thinking, making sure the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, et cetera, et cetera. And then if you get really sophisticated, things that, other roles I've seen, like an office manager, if you are, able to have an office, in normal times when it's okay for people to actually be in an office together, a scheduler. So maybe your candidate is getting so much attention and they're out and about so often that somebody just needs to keep their schedule, right? Like that's when things are really taking off, when you get to that level where you need those kinds of roles. There's a million other things that also matter in a campaign. And ideally you could have someone in charge of each one of those things, but this is really, I think, a good place to start. and to think about, how to build that sort of initial infrastructure. And this is the group that, that really needs to meet, I'd say, on at least bi-weekly, ideally weekly basis. Of course, in normal times in person, ideally, certainly via Zoom or whatever in these times. And then, of course, if you're statewide, you're going to probably do it via Zoom or conference calls anyway, because if you're scattered all over the state, you can't physically get together, every 2 weeks. But you do need to have like a regular meeting that moves the agenda. One of the things that I did back for that statewide judges race, and that was, I think, in 2017, and they wanted to involve me, and I was really busy, and I was just like, I don't have a lot of time to give. But the one thing that I offered to do was to chair the bi-weekly campaign team meeting, because for me, it was just simply important that they even had a bi-weekly campaign team meeting, to take notes and to say, well, 2 weeks ago, Lisa, you said you would make this graphic or contact this printer or whatever, like, have you done it, right? And that type, when we're all volunteer and everyone's busy and they have their own lives and families and jobs, it gets really hard to sort of stick with your commitments because, so much other stuff gets in the way. And, in some ways that's what a campaign manager would do. But, having someone who makes sure that, like, forward progress down the field, like we're getting together, we're saying, we're keeping up with our commitments, we're seeing what's coming up ahead, we're planning for that so that things don't take us by surprise. Like that's another piece of infrastructure and processes, just like, when do we have our meetings? How do we do them? Who chairs them? Who follows up in between meetings to make sure things have happened? So that, basics of organizing, quite frankly. All right. So if I were sort of to give you like, the top 5 things that I think folks should be doing between, now and like really kicking things off, it's these. So the first thing would be, develop a campaign website and a donation page. I don't know what the laws are in Wisconsin, but in Pennsylvania, I believe, the second you announce your campaign is when you need to physically have like all of your donation stuff and like legal filing and bank account, like all that needs to be up and running. Like, you cannot accept money before you've announced. And once you've announced, like, you basically have to have all these things up and running before you can accept any money. So sort of getting that stuff taken care of, is first and foremost. The next thing, of course, is to secure your ballot position, right? Like, to make sure that you're actually on the ballot. And one thing that I've seen among Greens that I wish folks wouldn't do is they actually flip-flop these, right? Like, they want to get on the ballot first, and only once they're on the ballot do they then bother to actually build a campaign. And, again, the timing might be different in your state, but in Pennsylvania, we have to, like, regardless of our ballot status, our candidates still have to collect signatures. That typically doesn't, they're not due until August 1st. And so we have candidates who don't really even launch any sort of public facing campaign until like the first week of August. Like, they're just like, well, I don't want to bother making a website if I'm not on the ballot. And it's like, well, sure, but why should, if you're not willing to put in the time and energy to build a website when you don't know, like, are you really that serious about running for office? Like, so, in part of building that public presence and doing that early campaigning will help you get that ballot position, right? And, even in the Green Party where things might be small and we may not have primaries, I don't know if you guys have primaries in Wisconsin, but, there could be 2 of you who want to run for governor or who want to run for city commissioner or whatever. Show that you're the one who's serious, that really wants it. Get that campaign website up and running, start building that public presence. That said, if you're not on the ballot, then it's all for naught. So obviously figure out whatever the ballot, however you need to get on the ballot in your particular state or district. Call everyone to raise money. Dave mentioned this, I think, before, thinking about, who your network is, who your relationships are with. I always talk about open up your phone, get your phone, find 100 people in your contacts list and call those 100 people and ask each of them for $100. You know, you would have $10,000. Now, granted, every single person isn't going to give you 100. Some of them might give more. And most of them are not going to give unless they are asked and asked explicitly. And people don't think about all the people they could ask for money. Like, you can ask your hairdresser, you can ask your conservative uncle who disagrees with every single policy position you have, but because you're family, he might still give you money because that's the kind of relationship you have, right? So you just don't discount people that, oh, well, they're not going to give money, or, oh, they don't have, I don't know, I shouldn't ask them. You know, if you are serious about running for office, then you should be serious enough to get everyone involved and excited and invested in your campaign. And, you know, start with 100, maybe they give 20, whatever, but I guarantee you, if you actually call 100 people in your personal contact list, you will start to raise some dollars to get this thing off the ground. You want to have your goals, right? Back to the beginning of my presentation. What are the goals that drive your outreach strategy? Is it about votes, or is it about party building? Either one is legitimate, you know, both of them actually. But really try to be clear, and then stick with whatever you decide, stick with it, because it's really hard to do both at the same time. And then, of course, media, thinking about how do you get everyone to know that you're running for office? How do you get the media to cover you, so that you can really like break through beyond just sort of the normal, you know, typical Green Party folks who are usually already paying attention. All right. And I see some stuff from Barbara in the chat about the primary process in Wisconsin. Okay, so some kickoff event ideas. So once you get to the part where you're ready to sort of kick off and launch your campaign, you know, just know that you can do it in a lot of different ways. This is a little bit more, you know, sort of in the pre-COVID traditional ways. You know, you're going to do some kind of announcement, right? Like some kind of like, Hillary Kane has announced her, you know, intent to be the next whatever. That is, you know, essentially what you want to get into the news cycle. You know, the most traditional thing is to hold a press conference, right? To go out and announce, you know, you send out media advisories before saying this thing is going to happen, and then you write a press release that you know, gets sent out, you know, right after it happened. This thing happened. You know what Dave said. Tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them that you told them. In some ways, that's what the whole media advisory, press conference, press release is all about. Think about where you might want to have it. And even in COVID times, this applies, right? So, you know, I've seen candidates announce in front of the local public school in their community because perhaps they want to emphasize that they're a parent in the public school system, or that they're running on education issues. I've seen people announce in front of City Hall, announce in front of the State House, whatever. You know, you could think about, you know, you want to announce in front of like the local trash dump, or something that, you know, is an eyesore in your community that you're running, like something that symbolizes your run for office, either something positive or something negative that you're trying to address. You know, in normal times, you would have a whole group of people around you cheering you on, ideally, but, you know, maybe in COVID times, it's just you. And therefore, you know, in some ways it takes the pressure off of having a big, you know, showing and, you know, crowd of supporters. But, you know, you can still sort of, you know, with your phone or with one other person videotaping, you know, doing video, you can have that like live announcement. I think these days, and we do have some trainings on our website about, you know, doing media, you know, sort of self produced media. I think, you know, these days authenticity is valued over polish. And so that sort of like Facebook Live kind of, you know, unpolished, like me looking into my phone, actually has a lot more attraction than maybe some sort of like more slick produced video. Though if you can pull off both, because I think they will speak to different audiences. You know, think about the timing, right? Like we've had Greens that, you know, want to announce on like St. Patrick's Day because it's green, right? I don't know what the value of that is, but, you know, is there some, tie, like, is some event happening? Is there something symbolic that you can, tie in the calendar? Or is it just simply like not conflicting with some other large event in your community on a weekend where more people have the time and energy to attend, whatever, but timing matters. And then document it, right? So even if no one shows up, it's okay, like, take, tight camera shots so that it doesn't matter. Like, you're not seeing the big empty stadium or the big empty whatever, you're just seeing the candidate. You can write the press release. You can, essentially talk about the event in the way that you want to talk about it. And that itself is worth, in some ways, more than the actual event, like the legs that it may have on social media, on your website, creating content for your website by doing things to show that you're doing things, that your campaign is active. To some degree, these are sort of all like self-referential things, but it actually makes a difference, right? So definitely have a kickoff event to announce your campaign. Even if it's just at the end of the day, producing content for your website to make it look like your campaign is doing stuff and is out there, connecting with people and in trying to engage with the media. All right, I feel like I've been talking for quite a bit. So any more comments, questions, discussions about any like kickoff events, assembling your team, any of those things?
Tom here. So isn't the media notorious for just ignoring the Green Party? Are there some tips that you can give us to ensure that they actually cover events?
To ensure that they cover, probably not. I think what I would say about media is that, it actually has to be newsworthy, right? In a very traditional mainstream sense for the mainstream media to cover it. So I think, there's just one thing is just like, we can be our own media, right? So like videotaping that announcement, putting it up on the campaign website, our website, getting it out there through social media, like that's part of the strategy, right? Is sort of putting out our own media. But then in order to get, the mainstream media, like there has to be a hook. And so what is that newsworthy piece, right? Are you saying something particularly notable about your opponent, right? Do you have the, actually the possibility of winning, right? Like, are there numbers in your favor? When I think about press releases that we've put out that have actually gotten traction, it's when, what we're saying or doing could actually make change. And so that's hard. I think that's what it takes time to build that. But I think especially if you're sort of first running and it's a low key campaign, or, like I wouldn't worry so much about getting traditional media, but I would worry about going through the motions and practicing and getting your skills down for writing press releases, giving good public speeches, starting to develop relationships. I mean, that's the other key, is that, reporters are people, they're human beings, you develop relationships with them. In some ways, that's how, that's what the big guys do when they hire PR firms, is that they're basically paying someone to call the reporter and say, hey, we're having this event at 3:00. Can you come? Can you cover it? We'll give you an exclusive interview, like those types of things. And so, finding one or two local reporters that you can develop a relationship with over the lifetime of the campaign is sort of another thing that sort of you can build your toolkit with.
I can imagine people can make some pretty bad mistakes too. Like if you're trying to get attention and then you say something outrageous, can you give some examples of what not to do with the media?
Obviously you don't want to say something like, don't be outrageous just for the sake of being outrageous. Be your authentic self. And if that person is not outrageous, that's okay. You don't want to be on the hook for saying something that like 2 months later, you're still trying to justify, right? So I think, there's a fine line and sort of, again, I think you want to aim for like authentic newsworthiness and not just sort of fake spectacle. But, that's everybody has their own, certainly we've had Green candidates who are really into the spectacle and that might generate some attention. And maybe again, go back to your goals. Like, what is it that you're trying to accomplish? You know, getting the votes Spectacle may not achieve that. Building the Green Party, Spectacle may not achieve that. Bringing attention to a particular issue, Spectacle may actually help achieve that, right? So I think it really depends, again, on what you're trying to accomplish and what are the tactics and techniques that will get you to that specific goal.
I've got a few examples.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw Barbara's face on my screen, so that means that she's off mute and wants to talk. Barbara.
Yeah, sure. Well, I've been in the media a little bit this year because of my position as co-chair. Also, we had a couple of candidates this year who did garner some media attention. Jeff Jacobs up in Oshkosh, who literally camped out in front of his house for a month to get his signatures because he was having to petition during a pandemic. And so he made the regional news and everybody saw his house with his little setup there. And he did get some signatures that way. We had quite a few press people from Fox and I think a couple of just regular TV networks interested in us because of the recount and things like that. And pretty much they're working on a 24-hour news schedule where when they want you to come and talk to them, they want it in an hour. They want it in 2 hours. They want you to have your camera set up and ready to go. So if you know you're campaigning, bring a fresh pair of, like a fresh shirt and a fresh face wherever you might be, because you might be asked all of a sudden to appear on a Zoom call or something like that so that you can have your 10 seconds of fame in the nightly news. And so, you know, just have that backup ready because you really never know when the press is going to come after you and be really interested in your campaign, but you can be prepared for whenever, you know, they get the news that you're actually out there. Because, you know, news professionals, they think of themselves as on top of everything that's going on, but really they're very behind the times when it comes to green news. And like, we're having to catch them up years behind the times. So really having that set up and having a few things that you can say to them is a really good way to get into the news. But it's very true about those relationships. If you already know anybody who has covered independent candidates or covered friends of yours, anything like that, that local coverage, sometimes that gets pushed up to higher levels in the news too. So even if somebody's a blogger around you and they sometimes get some, they get some eyeballs as well, like that's all really good stuff too. And if you just go on to like most newspaper websites or, you know, websites for your local media, they'll have a tip line, they'll have a place where you can push your press releases to them or push your action to them and let them know that there's something going on that might be of interest to them. And they're like, their whole job, they're not really thinking about politics and all this other stuff most of the time. These local journalists, they have slots to fill and they need to fill them now. So that's really how they think about a lot of this news coverage. And it's good to like just sort of bring them along with you and help them with their job. That you know, they're not covering you, you're helping them with their job. So that's really the way that I've been thinking about media lately.
That's great. Thank you. I think, yeah, just a couple other points on media is that, you know, during your campaign, you know, like every time you do something that is a press release, right? You know, it may not really be media worthy in the grand scheme of things, but you open an office, right? You show up to some event and you know, shake hands at the local farmers market. You know, all of that, every single thing the candidate does could be turned into a press release. Like, candidate so-and-so did XYZ today, talk to voters on the campaign trail about whatever. You know, so just realize that like everything the candidate does is an excuse to turn that into a press release. And to some degree, it's a little bit of a numbers game, right? Like the more things you put out there, like eventually something will get picked up. And or it makes the media feel like, oh, well, this campaign's like really active. They're doing it. Maybe I should pay attention to this. So don't ever feel like you're overdoing it with press releases and communication. And I think the other thing to think about is, what are you running for? Who's the incumbent in that office? And so if you're running for school board, go to school board meetings, watch what's going on. Do you have commentary on what they just decided on and how you would make a different decision if you had been elected? Or you would be elected. So, commenting on the office, the body, the thing that you're running for is really key. Being that outside watchdog and saying, like, if I had been, city commissioner when this decision came in front of us, this is what I would have said, and that type of thing I think can also get some media attention as well. And you should be doing that as a current candidate, but also as a former candidate. That's the way to maintain your name recognition and credibility. You were the person who might have been elected but you weren't, but like you still have a voice to say like, well, if I had been senator, I would have voted on this. And so that type of, putting letters to the editor out, trying to get op-eds posted, published, that is definitely both fair game for current candidates, but as well as former candidates. So don't discount that. Okay. Moving on here. So other things to think about at the beginning in the kickoff event, phase, people often do fundraisers as well, whether it's a house party or, some other type of event to try to raise some early money. You definitely want to lean on your local party for support and help in that regard, where they should be able to at least, invite their membership to whatever you're doing, send out an e-blast, help perhaps co-sponsor your fundraiser, whatever. If you've got an office that you're doing, that's a ribbon cutting. Again, this may not be relevant for these times where, most of us aren't in our offices, but when you get to that point, that's another news event, that's another event, press release, opportunity, etc. All right, all right. So this is sort of, in terms of the budget, thinking about what, I think Justin said something about having sort of different tiers and thinking about like, well, if my campaign is sort of at this level, this is what we're going to do. If it grows to this level, this is what we're going to do. If it grows to this level, this is what we're going to do. And that's what this 3-tiered budget is about, right? Thinking about, all right, what's the amount of money that it takes to do X, and I would even say like, what is the number that it takes to get to 50% plus 1 votes? What kind of budget do we need to achieve that? How many mailers, how much, how many radio ads, how many whatever. And then sort of back down from there. And then like the low tiered budget is sort of what realistically you think you can achieve. What did the previous Green candidate do? And maybe bump that up a little bit. And then of course there's sort of some middle road, right? And so it's a way for you to say like, all right, well, if fundraising is sort of at this level, this is how we're going to spend our money. But if we can bump it up to this level, then we're going to start doing X, Y, and Z. And so it's a way to help you think about how to organize your campaign. A budget is really important for so many reasons. It is only a plan. It's not set in stone, but it does give you some guideposts and it gives you a plan so that you're not just like spending money as it comes in with no sort of, forward thinking about how you're going to sort of either meet next month's payroll or office rent or the get out the vote plan come November, right? So definitely think about what your budget is. And I would advise, again, doing this sort of 3-tiered budget so that you sort of have, different options for depending on how the race goes. And these are all the possible and many more. There's more than these, but these are some pretty standard categories for what you might spend money on. So work with the end in mind, right? So again, if it's votes that you're trying to get and election day, and again, things have changed with COVID and also just more mail-in balloting. So this might be different, but traditionally here in Philadelphia, where it's a much more sort of old school machine style kind of political context, we would say, oh, well, we have like 100 polling places in this district, and we want to make sure that every single one of them is covered on election day with people sort of passing out literature. Here, we can be 10 feet from the polls and still pass the stuff out. And that's actually has historically been a really key way to get votes. That has changed since COVID and mail-in balloting. But whatever your end in mind is, however you think you're going to get those votes, start with that. What is the end in mind? How much money do you need in order to get that? What do you need to have in terms of literature, coverage, whether it's election day itself at polling places or the previous week in terms of lit drops and, door knockers, things like that. And how much is that going to cost, right? And that's a way to sort of back into a budget so that you're just not making up figures, out of thin air. And again, if there's someone who has done this before, the candidate from before you, even if they never developed a budget, okay, well, but what did you actually spend your money on? So even if you had no plan, you still spent money on something. How did it go? What worked? If you had to do it all over again, would you have spent that $2,500 on that mailing, or would you have done something differently? Those are the kinds of questions to ask. And yes, the sort of why budget, it helps you plan. It helps you avoid rash decisions. So oh, somebody donated $1,000 unexpectedly, and suddenly everyone has an idea of how you're going to spend that, sort of $1,000. But, and it can be really hard to sort of in the moment and the excitement, basically not make bad decisions with money. It's just because you go into a store and something's on sale, but did you need that thing in the first place, right? And so, human nature is what it is. You know how you are with money. Most of us are bad. And so a budget helps you, avoid that. And it allows you to go back and say to everyone well, thank you, Bob. That's a really important idea. But our budget, sort of says this, and it allows you to kind of let people down gently and say, it gives you cover for the expenses that you maybe don't want to make. And it helps show donors that you're serious. I mean, I certainly know that, some donors really want to know that you have a plan and that you're sticking with it before they invest money in your campaign. All right. And then this is the final thing. This is your to-do list as a, potential candidate. It's a lot, but these are the big buckets of work that will happen during your campaign. And so think about, how are you going to mobilize people and money and infrastructure to get all of these things done. For some of these, we have even more specific training available on the CCC website. In fact, I'm going to put that in the chat. And so I want to make sure that folks know how to get to, so gpus.org, and then navigate to the Coordinated Campaign Committee and then webinars. And this is a website where we have a lot of recordings. I'll put this in the chat here. So if you want even more training, you can do that. So all of these, how to run as a peace candidate, some of the things that I just went over, the video editing from home, all of these different topics, get out the vote, more with media and public relations, voter databases, you name it. We've got lots of tools. And so please take advantage of them. And I think I'm going to stop there. And I think we're close to time. So any other final closing questions, comments, etc.?
Awesome. Thank you, Hillary. That was great, chock full of great information. Looks like we've got a question from Tom. You mentioned legal requirements in the treasurer role. What are some of the other critical procedural deadlines and legal rules that might trip us up?
I mean, a lot of them are really related to financial. So just like disclosures on printed material, campaign finance deadlines and filing requirements. So all that, I mean, that's a whole nother training that I could do, but it is also very state specific and jurisdiction specific. So again, lean on your local party. Hopefully they've done this before, and that you don't have to sort of teach all of those rules and regulations. But a lot of the stuff that is sort of legally required is really mostly in the financial range.
Thanks, Hillary.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And as Hillary mentioned, the Coordinated Campaign Committee website is a treasure trove of information. So particularly if you go to the webinars page, there's a lot, and many of the topics that we touched on, there's much more detailed presentations. So that's the Green Party US Coordinated Campaign Committee website, and Hillary shared the link to that. And also we've had folks send us their emails to get on the email list for the CCC. So I'll make sure to get those to you too. Yeah, and just thanks again for taking time out of your Saturday to come and drop some knowledge on us. All right, so now let's take a 5-minute break here, or let's make it a 3-minute break. Of course, folks watching at home can take as much time as they need. You can go and get yourself some lunch or something, but we do want to keep moving according to our schedule. So I will start up with the next presentation at 1:50. And because we do have, we're very excited that at 3 p.m. Central Time, we'll have some of our local elected officials, Heidi Wegleitner, Marcia Rummel, and Rebecca Kemble have all agreed to join us for a panel discussion on how to run a winning campaign. So that should be great. And, we want to make sure that we can start that right on time. So again, we'll start at 1:50, the next presentation.
Thank you, Dave. I'm sorry I have to get going. But thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
All right, so next up, we have a presentation that I call Get Out the Message, Get Out the Vote. We talked before about platform and messaging, and probably a lot of you have heard about Get Out the Vote. And I see getting out the message and getting out the vote as basically the same thing, because you've developed your campaign message. Now you need to get it out there, and that's what's going to make people vote for you. So let's start by talking about communications. So here's a good rule to keep in mind. It's not about you, it's about them. And what that means is that just being right on the issues isn't enough. What you need to do is effectively and systematically communicate your message to voters and journalists and reach enough of them to win. So let's start with your campaign website. As Hillary mentioned, it's a good place to start is putting up a website. And increasingly a campaign website is considered the sign of a serious campaign, even for local office. And it's usually worth paying for a professional looking site. And there are some very affordable options these days. So some things to put on your website are good quality pictures, your biography, your message, your platform. You want to put portals to subscribe, donate, and volunteer. You want to put your contact info and usually a contact form to make it easy to contact you. Info about your district and where and when to vote, events, and endorsements once you have them. I would only put up the endorsement page once you have gotten a few endorsements, not right from the beginning before you get them. Then in addition to a website, you can start social media accounts. So that can include a Facebook page. Most American adults are on Facebook, and many people use it for politics. You can have a Twitter account. Twitter is growing in influence. It's a good way to join the political and media conversation. And we'll talk more about social media in the Social Media 101 presentation. So let's talk about campaign literature, also known as lit. You need lit for door knocking, lit dropping, mailing, tabling, community events, etc. So basically you need lit. And style matters. You want a professional look and design. It should be well written and proofread with no errors. It shouldn't have too much text. Keep it simple and focus on your core message. And union members look for a union label on lit and materials, so use a union printer. Some common elements for literature: good quality picture, short bio, your message, of course, endorsements, and a website link. So you may not have a whole lot of information on the literature, but people who want to learn more can go to your website and learn more. So some other info that you might want to put on lit, depending on the purpose of the lit piece, you may want to include focus on a key issue, when and where to vote for the primary or general, depending on where you are in the election, or key endorsements. Then there's direct mail, which is a more expensive way to distribute literature to your district compared to lit drops. And how much mail you use depends on your strategy to hit your win number. So you can ask, how much can you do with lit drops? And what is your district like? Are there spread out areas, locked buildings, or other voters who are easier to reach by mail? Then there's earned media. And that just means publicity gained through promotional efforts other than paid advertising. So typically, if you're in the media and you haven't paid for it, that's earned media. So start by getting a press list, which is a contact list of journalists who might cover your campaign. So you can reach out to the Green Party for help with this, or you can make your own if necessary. For a local campaign, there might be a relatively small list of journalists who might cover your campaign. For something like a statewide campaign, there might be a lot more journalists, and that's when it is especially helpful to reach out for resources. So Hillary touched on press releases a little bit. So you want to put out press releases to get media coverage for important events and issues, especially your campaign announcements. And you're most likely to get earned media coverage if it's somehow tied to a news peg, which means something that's currently in the news. So again, if there's a hot issue this week, for example, maybe people are talking about a new jail project that the local government is trying to build an expensive new jail, and a lot of people are opposed to spending all these resources on mass incarceration. So maybe your press release is tied to that issue that's already in the news, and that makes it more likely that you'll get coverage from those journalists. Of course, you want to include contact info, and press releases should answer succinctly who, what, where, when, and why. And you want to include a quote that you would like to see in the story. You can include more than one quote, but try to keep it slimmed down because usually you'll get just a few quotes per story. Of course, there are exceptions, which are great, but oftentimes those journalists who want more information will contact you for an interview. So for press conferences and other events, you want to send the press release immediately afterward. So think of it as a cheat sheet for journalists who weren't there. So your press release is basically the story that you would like them to write. And, sometimes they basically will, run a story based on your press release. And that's great. Then there are press advisories, and these are similar to press releases, but they're to notify media about events before they happen. So you want to send a short press advisory before the campaign announcement to get journalists to come, and then send a press release afterwards to shape the story for journalists, whether they were there or not. And these are shorter, and it's just the facts because you don't want to give away the whole message. Because the point of the press advisory is to actually get them to come, to get the journalists to come and cover your event. So you don't want to give them the whole story, which basically is a disincentive for them to actually come and cover it. So then a press conference is an event where you speak and then take questions from journalists. And as we mentioned, it can be difficult to get journalists to show up. So try making calls to some likely prospects. Just sending out an email to some journalists doesn't really mean that they're going to show up. So if you can make a more personal contact, like a call or something like that, that increases your chances. And you want to anticipate questions and prepare answers to those questions. If it's a successful press conference, then the media will be asking you questions, and you want to be absolutely ready for that. Okay, and then visuals can be an important part of press conference to illustrate your point. As mentioned before, when you are announcing your campaign, if you're running for school board, you might want to announce at the local school, or you can hold a press conference at a closing factory to talk jobs, or at a polluted lake to talk environmental protection. And if you have other speakers, that can add interest for press. So some examples would be to hold a press conference with someone affected by police brutality or unfair marijuana laws to talk criminal justice reform. Or you might have high-profile supporters or surrogates, and that will make it more interesting for journalists to get them to come out and make it more likely that you'll get a story out of it. Another type of earned media is letters to the editor. That's one of the most read sections of most papers. They can be from the candidate, or they can be from supporters. And they're a good way to get attention and show support. So then, in contrast to earned media, there's paid media, better known as advertising. So you can consider advertising ways that could reach your target audience. So there's print media, such as newspapers and weeklies. There's TV and radio, which is typically more expensive and requires audio video production, but sometimes it can be worth it. I will say radio ads typically can be significantly less expensive than TV ads, and also the production is less expensive. And then there's online ads, which are typically less expensive than, say, TV or print media buy. And they can be tailored to your budget and targeted to reach your audience. So let's talk about community engagement. And again, just a disclaimer, we developed the campaign school before the pandemic, and we want it to be useful after the pandemic. So we didn't change everything, but we will talk about campaigning during the pandemic because absolutely you need to take it into account in everything that you do. But right now we're going to talk about community engagement in sort of typical circumstances. So another important thing to keep in mind is that you'll be seen before you're heard. So first impressions matter. Make your best effort to dress like a candidate so the voters and media will take you seriously. And in the end, what matters most is your message, and looking professional makes people more willing to hear it. So, if you have, ways of dress that are important to your, culture or identity, then, you absolutely don't have to change those. But what we're talking about is just kind of like in general, the question of, what people would say is looking like a candidate. And, for many of us, what we really care about is getting our message out and getting our message heard. So it's a lot easier to, break through into the media and get voters' attention if you look like a candidate. Then there are campaign events. The meet and greet is a pretty basic one. And the main goal is to introduce your campaign to new people and identify and recruit supporters and volunteers. So these can be house parties at the candidate's house or at a supporter's house, or you can hold them at a local venue. Then we have fundraisers, where the main goal is to raise money for the campaign. And these can be house parties, again, at the candidate's house or a supporter's house, or they can be at a local venue. And as opposed to a meet and greet, when you call something a fundraiser, it creates the expectation beforehand that you'll be asking for money. So typically you're inviting people who support your campaign, and you want to raise a bunch of money and build excitement for your campaign. And then there are rallies, which are high energy events with speakers, sometimes music. Often these are for larger campaigns that travel around. These build excitement and momentum, and they can convert supporters into volunteers and donors. They can get media coverage. So then there are candidate forums, which are often hosted by community groups or media. So before a candidate forum, you want to find out the main issues of focus so you can do your homework. So anticipate questions and possible criticisms and be prepared to answer them. And you want to answer the question that was asked before moving on to other points. Otherwise, you could create the impression that you're ducking questions. And then there are debates, which are where candidates engage each other more directly than just a candidate forum. So the stakes are higher because candidates can challenge each other on their platform, on their record, on their statements, etc. So listen to your opponents so that you can respond. And you want to get invited to these events, find out what forums, debates, etc. are planned, and make your campaign known to them so that they can invite you. And if you're not invited to an event with other candidates, then first contact the organizers to ask for an invitation. And hopefully they will then correct their mistake and invite you. But if they continue to exclude you and it seems the exclusion is intentional, then you can consider taking action to highlight this. You can picket the event, have a letter to the editor campaign. You can have people contact the sponsoring organization. And, all of these are to, both to put pressure on the organization to include you, and also to highlight the fact that, for some reason they don't want people to hear your message. And, this is also something that can get media coverage. So then there are other community events too. There are planned events with a social or political focus, like Martin Luther King Day celebrations or Earth Day marches. And it's good to attend these to show support. And you can contact the organizers to ask if candidates are allowed to speak. If other candidates are speaking, then in the interest of fairness, then, you or your campaign should be allowed to speak as well. And there's also, spontaneous protests or demonstrations that can arise in response to current events. So there could be pipeline protests. There could be marches in response to police killings. And you want to attend these to show your support for the causes. Try to connect with organizers and let them know that you're a candidate who wants to speak in support of their cause. But, you want to make sure that you always connect with organizers and follow their lead, because maybe they don't want their event to, focus on political candidates at all. And, you should respect those wishes. But still, it's good to attend these events to show your support and, show that even if you aren't allowed to speak, then you still support the cause, and, you just want to connect with people who care about the same issues that you do. And, these can be a good way to connect with activists, get your campaign in the news, and hopefully build some relationships with people, who may support you. So another way to engage organizations is through questionnaires, and organizations often send out questionnaires to inform the public or their members about candidates. And try to respond to these unless the organization clearly stands against your values, in which case your time is better spent elsewhere. So, if there's an organization which is all about building more tar sands pipelines, then, you're not going to get their support. So it's not a good use of your time to fill out their questionnaire. But, for most of them, it is, and it gets your name out, and hopefully it'll help you connect with some supporters. Here in Madison and Dane County, Wisconsin, the League of Women Voters questionnaire often goes out to the public. And, that's a way that a lot of people find information about the candidates. So when you have questionnaires like that, it's very important to respond on time and, get your message out. And when you answer questionnaires, save the responses, because they can be useful for answering other questionnaires, maybe adding issues to your platform that you didn't have, preparing for forums on those issues. Then there's organizational endorsements. So reach out to like-minded organizations to find out if they endorse candidates, and find out their process, which often includes a questionnaire and an interview. So you want to seek endorsements from community influencers, such as current and former elected officials, movement leaders, neighbors and friends, which, especially for local office where, it's all local and people are looking to see what their neighbors and friends are thinking, all of those can be valuable. And when you get endorsements, show them off to demonstrate support, and ask, those individuals or organizations, what can they provide for endorsed candidates? All right. So now let's talk a little bit about the ground game. So the goal of the ground game is everything you do should be aimed at persuading, identifying, recruiting supporters, and moving them up the ladder of engagement. And what that means is basically at the bottom, people are unaware of the campaign. Then the next step, they're aware of the campaign. Then they're a supporter. Then they're a donor. Then a volunteer. Then they're a team member. So you're trying to move them up that ladder, constantly be moving people up the ladder of engagement. So canvassing is defined as systematic initiation of direct contact with individuals. There are a couple basic types are door and street canvassing. And you could also count things like phone banking and text banking as types of canvassing. So door canvassing takes time and energy, but it can be invaluable, particularly for local campaigns. Often the campaign is won at the doors, and you can reach voters directly. In a local campaign, the candidate can reach a significant percentage of voters at doors. And people appreciate talking to a candidate, but it is fine to have volunteers canvass, especially in larger campaigns. And when you're at doors, you can listen to voters' concerns and ideas and gauge their reactions to your message and try to figure out what excites them most. You know, maybe when you started out, you thought, okay, I have these 3 key issues, but then when you're doing doors, you keep hearing that people are really passionate about another issue. So that can give you some ideas about, you know, maybe you want to actually start focusing on that issue to really mobilize support. And also, you know, a point that Howie Hawkins has made, which is that even if people don't agree with you on absolutely everything, if you go and knock on their door and, you know, listen to their concerns, people really appreciate that. And, you know, if they can connect with you like that, they might support you anyway, even if they say, well, you know, I don't agree with them 100% on this issue, but, you know, they seem like their heart's in the right place. So, yeah, it can be really valuable. So some basics of door canvassing are to identify potential supporters, donors, and volunteers, and then ask them to sign up to be contacted. So you're gathering data so you can get out the vote later. And if there's no one home, then you can leave a door card with campaign info to let them know that you were there. And you may want a voter list to know which addresses to target to reach likely voters. So then another related type of canvassing is street canvassing, where you speak with people directly on busy streets, at farmers markets, block parties, etc. So it's good to have a short pitch and ask ready, because people generally aren't willing to spend as much time as at their door. You know, and that can vary. Maybe if people are hanging out at a block party, they might be up for a conversation. But, you know, sometimes when people are out and about, you know, they're out trying to get something done. So they might be able to talk for a minute or so. But yeah, so it's good to have a short pitch ready. And street canvassing is a good way to make the campaign visible in your community. It's a good way to reach a large number of people in a short period of time. So if you're gathering signatures for ballot access or promoting a large-scale campaign, doing something like going to the local farmers market, it can be really valuable. Street canvassing does take a lot of energy, so make sure that volunteers have orientation and use a buddy system with frequent check-ins. Yeah, don't just send new volunteers out, you know, by themselves. You want to make sure you have a buddy system going on, and you know that you're working as a team. All right, so another type of ground game is lit dropping, and that means distributing literature at every household in a district, or sometimes at every likely voter household in a district, depending on what your strategy is. And it's got a similar effect to mailing, but you can save money by substituting volunteer labor for postage costs. And you can divide up the district into walkable routes for volunteers. You know, personally, when, you know, I see a literature drop versus mailer, I think, oh, well, this is, you know, really a grassroots campaign, because they have, well, hopefully volunteers out here, you know, distributing their literature, as opposed to just spending a lot of money to, you know, send everybody mailers. But yeah, and then there's tabling, where you set up an information table with literature, sign-up sheets at events like farmers markets, festivals, conferences, and your table can serve as a base for canvassers. So you can have, say, at the farmers market, you can have a table, and you can also have canvassers out working the crowd. And then, you know, sometimes they can switch places. So, you know, maybe for an hour, you sit at the table and chat with people who come by. And then, after, you know, in the next hour, you switch with people and, you know, go out and work the crowd. And, you know, the others can sit at the table. Then there's flyering or postering, where you're distributing literature directly to people, posting on billboards in high traffic spaces like coffee shops. So again, this is useful for promoting large scale campaigns or promoting events to targeted audiences. And there are visibility actions, which are to make your campaign presence visible in your community. So these build name recognition, demonstrate support, and it piques people's curiosity to learn more. So for example, holding signs by the side of a busy road, or asking supporters to put up yard signs, stickers, wear buttons around the community. This all counts as visibility. And some people will say things like, you need to see something or hear something 7 times before it really registers. And so if people just see one yard sign once that says vote for me, then they'll kind of just walk by. But after they see that same name 7 times with stickers, someone waving a banner by the side of the road, eventually they'll ask, oh, who is this? What's going on? And maybe they'll look it up and find out about your campaign. Which brings us to the next point, which is be seen being green. All right, and then there is phone banking to contact voters directly by phone using call lists. So phone calls allow for direct conversations, and this is generally appreciated by older people. Many people, especially younger folks, don't often pick up the phone, so you may leave a lot of voicemails. And there are apps that are available to make phone banking easier, including some tools that work well with Nation Builder, which is the software that a lot of Green parties use. Then there is text banking, similar to phone banking, but by sending text messages. And text messages have a very high rate of opening and reading. And especially younger people are more likely to check a text than take a call. Not every single phone is able to get texts. If it's a landline, then those can't get texts. But nowadays more and more people have cell phones, and if they get a text, they're more likely to check that than to pick up a call from a number they don't know. And you can also reach more people faster than by calling. So your text should give people a way to get involved. And so, for example, you can say, if you want to volunteer, respond to this text. So some downsides are, it's less personal, and again, not all phones are able to receive texts. Also, for some services, sending texts is more expensive than making calls. So you want to look at your campaign budget and what you can afford and what you think is the best way to reach the voters in your district. But it's something that basically what it comes down to is some people prefer to make calls, some people prefer to send texts, some people prefer to get calls, some people prefer to get texts. And particularly in pandemic conditions, both phone banking and text banking have been very important to reach
Dave,
voters.
quick interrupt.
Yes.
So combination is good. So you text, then delay, and then call.
Yeah, that's a great point. You can, integrate more than one method into your, into your communication strategy. And yeah, if you have the resource to do that, that can be very effective because, again, people respond to different contact methods. Some people like email, some people like snail mail, some people like Facebook messages. It can be a very personal thing for different people, like what they respond best to. And yeah, so that's a great point, Tom, to, basically try different methods and see what works. All right, and then, so we've gotten out the message, now let's talk about getting out the vote, which people often say GOTV. So that means you're gonna work to turn out the voters that you've identified as likely to vote for you and get them to bring friends. So in the lead up to election day, You want to use your tools for getting out the message to get out the vote, such as email, social media, mail and lit drops, phone and text banking, et cetera, et cetera. And make sure your strategy accounts for early voting. So this is, more and more important. In the 2020 election, early voting was huge, and that is especially because of the pandemic. But in general, early voting has been growing, and there were a lot of campaigns this year that, even though they were aware of early voting, they still seemed to be kind of surprised. Because in the weeks before election day, they were contacting people and they would say, so many people have already voted. So in a way, when you're developing your get out the vote strategy, you want to look at the first day of early voting and really think, our target voters might be voting on this day. So the election is no longer one day. It can be weeks, or it can be a month. All right, and you want to get as many volunteers as you can to commit to work on election day or during your GOTV period. So you want to ask early to get commitments to help with your GOTV strategy. And, again, don't just look at election day. You need to be looking at early voting as well. So some GOTV roles include poll workers who hand out literature at the polls. And it can vary from state to state what the laws are about how close can you be to the polls, what sort of activity is allowed. So that's something to look into. Then there are phone bankers, so you want to call your identified supporters to ask them to vote, or text your supporters, or whatever sort of contact method works best for those people, or often a combination of several. And you can have poll watchers who can find out which supporters have already voted and which you still need to get to the polls. Another role is called circuit riders. So these folks go from poll to poll in a circuit to make sure all are covered and everything's going smoothly. They give rides to polls, they bring snacks to poll workers and poll watchers. So if you have poll workers, poll watchers, phone bankers, and circuit riders in place already, then you can have additional volunteers do visibility in key locations. So for example, if all your other spots are covered, then you can, and you still have more volunteers, you can have them go down to the main street and to the university campus, to wave signs for your campaign, to remind people to get out and vote, and maybe get some additional voters. So some GOTV basics. The goal is persuade enough likely supporters to turn out to vote to reach your win number. And you want to contact likely supporters throughout the day, again, throughout the whole voting period, to remind them to vote. So it's like the election starts the first day of early voting and it ends on election day. So that's a good way to think about it. And down ballot campaigns especially can benefit greatly from having poll workers, because often in elections, people pay a lot of attention to the top of the ticket race. They may not know as much about the down ballot campaigns. So if they're going to vote and they get some information about your campaign, that can significantly raise the number of votes that you're getting. You may want to offer rides to the polls. If folks are not sure how they would get transportation to the polls, having volunteers to drive people can be a huge help in making sure that those people vote. So if you've reached all likely supporters, then give undecided voters a final call to try to persuade them. All right, so that brings me to the end of Get Out the Vote. And so I just want to check in to see, do we have any questions? All right, there's a question. Can you talk about how to obtain a voter list and possible cost? Yeah, that's a great question. So oftentimes the state or sometimes the municipality will make voter lists available, and there usually is a cost involved with it. Often those costs aren't prohibitive, but they can be substantial, anywhere from a few hundred to a couple $1,000s, depending on how large the list is. So yeah, that's something that again, it varies from race to race. So you want to check in with the authorities about getting the voter list, and also, if you're endorsed by the Green Party, then they might have a list that they can share with you, whether it's in your district or for the state. And there are a lot of Greens right now who are working on, building databases, building lists, so that we can, share those with endorsed candidates. So sometimes, if you have the Green endorsement, then you can get access to those lists for free if the party will share it with you. So yeah, I hope that answers that question.
Tom, Steph.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was told just the voter, the VAN, Voter Access Network, was not strongly connected to the Democratic Party. Maybe my information's incorrect, but they this person brought up this Wisconsin Voices organization and said that we could get access to that. Are you aware of, it just seems like it's difficult for us to, it's a real handicap not having that access to that database. Pass.
Yeah, that's a good question. My understanding is that the VAN is connected with the Democratic Party. I'm not an expert on the matter, so if someone else has other information, then feel free to share it. But as I mentioned, there are Greens and other groups who are working to develop databases that aren't tied to the Democratic Party, and so that candidates can have access to that data and those lists, without having to be involved with the Democratic Party. And my understanding is that when you use the VAN, then all the data that you gather, you share back with the VAN. Yeah, so I guess that's something to look into more. Yeah, but good question. And all right, so it's now 2:30, and as I mentioned, we have our panel discussion at 3. So I'm going to launch into our next presentation, and try to get that done in time for the panel discussion. So let's talk about social media 101. And again, particularly during the pandemic, ways to contact people that aren't in person have become more important, and so social media is one of those. So and often when I give this presentation, it's an hour long, so I'll go quickly through some of the material here, but a lot of people are using social media. Over half of US adults. Popular platforms include Facebook and Twitter, and in general, social media users are more politically involved than folks who aren't on social media. And there are some limits to social media. it's still just a tool to support your organizing. It can't and it shouldn't replace traditional organizing. And there are millions of people who don't use social media. Obviously, you need internet access to have the ability to use it. So don't rely solely on social media. People have noticed for a long time that often less than half the people who RSVP to a Facebook event actually end up attending. And that just shows that social media by itself won't do your organizing for you. So it's important to use other organizing tools like phone calls, door knocking, posters, face-to-face conversations, etc. So, there are some good things about Facebook, such as the fact that it's free to use and you can reach a lot of people. There's some bad things about Facebook, some of the business practices and, some of the ways that reach has been limited, especially for progressive or nonprofit organizations. But I'm not going to get a lot into that now because we're trying to move quickly. But on Facebook, everyone can have a personal account for free. And again, many people already do have these. And, it's kind of the basic unit of Facebook is these personal accounts. And it's good to personalize posts. So when you're sharing something about politics, it helps a lot to personalize your post and not just, share a link, but write a line or two to explain or describe the post, say why it's important to you, ask a question that's meant to start a discussion. And if others engage you in the conversation, then your post will reach more people and have more impact. But, for a lot of campaigns, what they really think about on Facebook is having a Facebook page. And, that's a special type of Facebook account. Only users with permission can post to pages. So you can create a page for your campaign, and you can put, members of your key team on the, as administrators or editors on the page. And then the idea is that when you post something, it shows up in the Facebook feeds of your followers. So start by choosing a descriptive name, customize the pictures on your page, add a short description, including your website, and add a call to action like signing up for email updates. So then when you post, Facebook has an algorithm that determines how many people your posts will reach. And the main determiner is engagement. That's a combination of likes or other reactions, shares, comments, and clicks. So engagement is important because posts with little engagement only reach a fraction of your followers, and posts with a lot of engagement may reach many more people than follow your page. And over time, your page's baseline reach will increase if your posts tend to get good engagement, and they decrease if your posts get little engagement. So think about creating posts that will create engagement and benefit your outreach. Posting too often or too rarely will hurt your reach. So it's good to shoot for 1 to 3 times per day and include at least a couple of hours between posts. If there's some exciting event like breaking news or election day, you can post more than that. And you should have blurbs on your posts, which are short and sweet. People scroll through their feeds quickly, so you need to grab their attention and make them stop. So if you have a long, detailed chunk of text, a lot of people will just scroll right past that because it looks like too much for them. It's overwhelming. But if there's no blurb at all, if you don't write anything, then a lot of people skip that too because it's just not engaging. There's nothing there for them to grab onto. But if you write 1 to 4 sentences in your blurb, hopefully that will grab the reader's attention, make them stop to engage, and hopefully click on your post. So just having people like your page doesn't accomplish much, especially in politics where you're trying to get people, again, move them up the ladder of engagement and try to get them to support your campaign. You want to get people more involved, to sign up for email, volunteer, donate. So many of your posts should include links to pages on your website, to campaign events, or otherwise give people a way to get involved. And it's good to post pictures. Good pictures can greatly help post engagement. Bad pictures or no pictures can kill engagement. And you want to ask, does the picture make sense for the post and will it grab people's attention? If not, then get a new picture. It really helps to have stock photos that you can reuse. And if you're posting photos, make sure to write something so that they're understandable. So for example, you look at this picture, have you ever considered running for office? And we see a candidate for office, looks like at a rally with some supporters holding signs. And then, the little blurb is just a few sentences. Want to run for office or help a campaign? Learn to lead at the Green Campaign Training School, April 7th in Milwaukee. Let's empower the people to take our democracy back. So again, that's a short and sweet blurb, nice engaging photo, and they can then hopefully there's a link there that they can click on to get more information about the campaign school. So I always tell people to show and tell. Social media posts, especially on Facebook, or Instagram is another very visual one. So these posts perform best when they have visual appeal. And so don't just tell people using words without showing them something. And don't just show people something without explaining what it is. So you want to show and tell for maximum effect. So here, for example, there's a meme, showing all the military bases surrounding Iran. And, the meme itself is pretty catchy, but, if you just post that by itself, you'll have limited impact. But if you include a little bit of blurb, telling people what the point is, that's going to maximize the impact. So remember to show and tell. So, people like things a lot on Facebook, but that's the least important form of engagement. And there are other reactions as well. And, basically it can give you a sense of how people are reacting to certain types of content. But shares are much more helpful because they get your posts in front of new people who may follow your page or go to your website. So you want to pay close attention to which of your posts get the most shares and make an effort to create posts that your followers will want to share. Then comments can be a way to engage people. So if people ask questions or offer help, a good reply can gain you a valuable supporter. But comments also require moderation and judgment. If people post really offensive comments or something that is really against your message, then you may want to do something about it. I would say don't automatically censor controversial or skeptical comments or critical questions because discussion boosts reach. So sometimes, if someone asks what seems like a critical question, if you give a good response, then that can actually convert that person into a supporter. And also that discussion that happens on your page, that's a type of engagement, and it can make people really interested and help to boost the reach of your posts. But if you do think someone is commenting just to make trouble, then I would recommend hiding or deleting their comments and consider banning them from your page. As we all know, it can take a lot of energy to deal with people who are trolling, and sometimes you just want to move on. And then clicks are another form of engagement that's really important, because usually when people click on something, they're getting more involved. So if you post a petition with the goal of signing people up for your email list, you want people to click on it. You don't just want people to like it. You want people to actually click and sign the petition. And the number of clicks can gauge a post's success at converting Facebook followers into email subscribers, volunteers, donors, etc. Again, if you just get thousands and thousands of followers on Facebook, but they're not actually doing anything more to engage with your campaign, then that's not very useful to you. You want to constantly be giving people a way to get more involved with your campaign. And that's how social media can actually be a important part of your campaign strategy instead of just being, kind of not a very good use of your time. All right. And then you may have heard about memes. Nowadays, the word meme, people usually are referring to an image with text on it. And attention-grabbing memes can help greatly to spread your message. Sometimes they're funny, or they're meant to provoke a strong reaction, like outrage or inspiration, something like that. Sometimes they're more informational. So you usually want to keep them simple, and oftentimes put some campaign logo branding on there or your website. So do you have resources to create your own memes? Some campaigns have a graphic designer, whether a staff member or a volunteer or a contractor, you can try Canva or other free graphic design apps to start creating your own memes. Also, you can share memes from other Greens and like-minded organizations. Just make sure to acknowledge the source. And if you have any doubt, then ask before borrowing other people's memes. But a lot of memes are basically, they don't have strong ownership. So many times you can just share something if it resonates with your message. So Facebook pages can also receive messages, so make sure that you're monitoring those. You can engage supporters by replying and often direct them to sign up on your website or begin an email conversation. If you get frequently asked questions, then you may want to have template responses to save time. And there are boosted posts and ads. Again, there's some controversy about Facebook and other social media companies, and whether people want to advertise. But if you do want to do that, then you can consider paying to boost your posts. You now need to verify your identity with Facebook to promote political ads. So a boosted post starts as a regular post, and then you pay more to get more reach. An ad is similar, but it doesn't start as a post. And you can target promotion on Facebook to people who like your page, their friends, people with specific interests. So this is a way to reach new target voters. You do want to look at the location and don't waste money and hurt engagement by targeting people outside your district. And also look at the age to make sure that it's people of voting age. Sometimes you want to change the age range depending on the message. And you can choose target audiences based on interests. So again, you can think about how many people you can afford to reach and how narrowly you want to target. So in general, every campaign should have a Facebook page and someone who knows how to use it effectively. Again, no matter how you feel about Facebook, it is the most popular social media site, and most people are on Facebook. So it's sort of like having a website where if your campaign doesn't have a Facebook page, then some people won't even know that you exist, or people will wonder, why don't you have a Facebook page? And again, it's free to set one up, so you don't have to pay anything just to have a Facebook page. All right, so then there are Facebook events. So either a page or just an individual can create event pages. It's a cheap and easy way to invite people to an event. You want to include the details so people can find it, and post reminders on the event page in the lead up to the events. And again, don't rely solely on Facebook to turn people out for the event. You also want to be promoting in other ways, through email, through calls, texts, word of mouth, because you might have 50 people RSVP to your event on Facebook, and then only 5 people show up. So it can be a cheap and easy way to promote an event, but you also want to make sure to back that up with other types of outreach. Then there are Facebook groups, which are useful for promoting discussion and sharing information. So whereas pages are kind of top down, groups are more horizontal, where any member can post in the group. And it's a good way to bring people together with similar interests. So you might even have a group that is about your campaign. Or, you know, there might just be groups that are about specific issues and, you know, values in your community or in your state. And, you know, that can be a good place to spread the message. So look for groups that might be interested in information from your campaign. Many state Green parties have Facebook groups, and Green groups and other groups with like-minded people are great to share posts about Green campaigns. So if you're an admin of a Green campaign page, you can prime the pump for engagement and reach by sharing your page's posts in Green groups and like-minded groups. You know, to get the ball rolling, get it in front of some people, and, you know, get the sharing started. So again, Facebook pages and groups require moderation to make sure that the discourse is respectful and in line with the goals and principles of the Green Party. And your ground rules are up to you, but, you know, you can ask other page admins what their rules are. Most existing groups have guidelines posted at the top, which can be very useful for anyone starting a new group or page. And, you know, again, dealing with trolls can be, you know, a big suck of time and energy, and it can, you know, really discourage people from going to your page. So, you know, you want to make sure that the discourse is at a good level. All right, so let's talk about Twitter. It's less widely used than Facebook, but still an essential tool in US politics. And as compared to Facebook, it's more of a platform to be part of a public conversation. Because tweets from political parties and campaigns about hot issues are often in the news, and many journalists are on Twitter. Also on Twitter, you can insert yourself into the conversation in a way that you really can't in Facebook. You know, if the incumbent governor puts out a tweet, then you can just respond to that tweet right below, and, you know, that will be visible to everyone on Twitter there. So, you know, and the same with journalists. So Twitter is, you know, a very useful tool for campaigns. So here are some basics. So a Twitter account has a handle starting with the @ symbol, and messages, also known as tweets, should be 280 characters or less. And your followers see your tweets in their timeline. So pictures don't take up your character limit, so you can post up to 4 pictures per tweet. And Twitter shortens links, but they do take up some of your character limit. And sometimes it includes previews. There are some sites where you can see, you know, a preview of what a link will look like. So I can share those with folks if they're interested. And also on Twitter, hashtags are important. They should be used when applicable. You know, for example, you know, if you are tweeting in support of the Black Lives Matter movement, you may want to use hashtag Black Lives Matter. Yeah, so hashtag starts with the hash or pound symbol, has no spaces or punctuation. It's an easy and popular way of finding content based on a theme. So I already gave the example, hashtag Black Lives Matter. You know, that's a worldwide known hashtag. And using hashtags is an effective way to reach people with similar interests. You do want to search for existing hashtags before you make up a new one. So, for example, if you're tweeting about Medicare for All, you know, start looking for posts about Medicare for All and see what hashtags people are already using before you make up your own. So I think one reason why people are reluctant to start Twitter is because it can feel lonely at first when you start with 0 followers. But, you know, don't worry, you can build a following. It's easier than you think. You can allow Twitter to search your contact lists to find people you know, and if you follow them, they'll likely follow you back. You can include a link to your Twitter on your website. You can use Facebook to invite people to follow you on Twitter. There's a large and growing network of Greens on Twitter who are happy to follow other Greens. So if you look at followers of existing green accounts, then you can find a lot of prospective followers. You might want to especially look at your local state Green Party if they're on Twitter. So the best time to start building a Twitter following is now. Unlike Facebook, Twitter doesn't have any algorithm that punishes you for posting too much, so you can tweet as frequently as you have something to say. And you can take your more popular tweets and adapt them into Facebook posts because you know you have some engaging content there. The only thing is if you tweet a lot, some people may think it's too much and unfollow you, but you know, it's up to you to find that balance. And then sharing someone else's tweet is called retweeting. If someone with a large following retweets you, it can help to reach new followers. It's often a show of agreement or respect, and it can build relationships. If you include someone's handle somewhere in your tweet, just not at the very beginning, that's a mention. So they'll be notified that you mentioned them and they can reply. So that's a way to start a public conversation. You might want to reach an influential tweeter or engage new people. And you know, if you start your tweet with a handle, that's a reply, which will go, you know, directly to that person. Then to check your notifications, that tells you when people mention you or how they engage with your tweets by retweeting or liking them. So if you check your notifications, you can see who's trying to engage you in conversation, you know, and maybe find some prospective followers. So here's some ideas what to tweet about: positions on issues, especially hot or trending issues, videos, pictures, memes, event announcements, responses to current events, statements by politicians, breaking news, action alerts, volunteer opportunities, quotes and memes that complement your message, retweets and encouraging statements to like-minded people, campaigns, and organizations, retweets of followers' statements of support for your campaign. And then there's live streaming. This is a way that we can be our own media. We can reach people directly and even include them in a live conversation. And candidates can do, for example, interactive fireside chats from their home or office. They can live stream rallies, demonstrations, or other events. And if you announce live streams ahead of time, it can help build an audience. And it's good to have a helper moderate comments and choose questions, post links, and share to local groups. Because it's not always that easy to be both hosting a live stream, talking, and you know, also watching all the comments and you know, sharing links and everything. So it can really help to have a helper or two with that. So there's Facebook Live. You can live stream on YouTube. You can live stream on Twitter using an app called Periscope. You can live stream on Instagram. So you have a lot of options. So just a few closing thoughts about social media. Again, it can't and shouldn't replace traditional organizing, but if it's done right, it can be a huge boost to your overall organizing efforts. And you know, this is an opinion, but every campaign should have a Facebook page and consider a Twitter account if you have capacity. If you don't feel comfortable using social media, find a team member who's willing to help. Think about the scale of your campaign and the resources you have before deciding how much time, energy, and money to invest in social media. And having a volunteer or staffer manage social media, especially one with experience and communication skills, can help a lot. Just make sure it's someone you know and trust, because social media can get people in trouble in politics. So think before you post and avoid posts that could be misunderstood and could offend supporters and give ammo to your opponents. Also, unfortunately, social media can be a platform for negativity and time-wasting debates. So don't get sucked into the negative aspects and don't be discouraged by them either. So just final thoughts: do what you can to make social media a more positive, welcoming, informative, and inspiring space. And you know, a green approach to social media is to think of it as one more tool to help build a bridge to the better world we know is possible. All right, so I was actually able to get through my social media presentation in time. Yeah, so Wow, we are doing so good today, staying on time. It's now 2:56, and our panel discussion with Marcia Rummel, Rebecca Kemble, and Heidi Wegleitner will be starting at 3 p.m. So if folks want to take a short break, feel free. And we do want to get our panel discussion up and rolling on time. Yeah, so thanks everyone for joining. And again, feel free to step away, get a little snack, take a break, stretch. But we will be starting again at 3 p.m. Central Time. All right, it's now 3 p.m. Central Time. So welcome back to our Wisconsin Green Party campaign school. We are really excited that we have invited Marcia Rummel from the Madison City Council and Rebecca Kemble from the Madison City Council, as well as Heidi Wegleitner from the Dane County Board of Supervisors to join us for a panel discussion on how to run a winning campaign. They've all graciously agreed to join us and share their insights and experience on running campaigns. So yeah, we are really honored and excited to have local elected officials with, lots of great experience running grassroots campaigns, joining us today to share their knowledge. So, we'll start with just some time for them to share thoughts on how to run a winning campaign, and then we'll be able to open it up for some Q&A and discussion. So without further ado, I'd like to pass the mic over first to Marsha Rummel.
Hi, everybody. Uh-oh, did you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Okay. I'm hearing reverb on my end. I'm not sure what that means.
Okay, yeah, if everyone else can mute, then that should fix it.
Thank you. Great, that's better. I didn't really come prepared to do a lot of preparation. I did tune in a few minutes before and was reminded of all the really good things that you need to do when you run for office. I guess my first big message is running for campaigning to win an election is a different job than serving and representing people and governing. So you have to have two different mindsets and be prepared to slog through the thing that you don't really necessarily want to do. Maybe you would, maybe you like it, but it's, a lot of things that you just have to do all the time, over and over every day for a really long time to get it done. So I recently ran for state assembly as a Democrat, and I lost. So I will not be serving there as in that party or in that body. But I had opportunity to refresh and learn a lot of the skills about what Dave was just talking about in his earlier presentation. I often joke and say I'm on a need to know basis with technology, and I needed to know more things. So I did my own, with Heidi's help and others, I did live chats. I invited local community experts, and we discussed COVID and police reforms that are needed, and affordable housing and what that looks like. And it was really cool. And then we figured out all the ways to push that out, to get out to people. Running a campaign during COVID is a lot different than what maybe most of us are used to. The traditional campaign is you look at your routes and you find, maybe depending on your data skills, you find out who your voters were in the last equivalent election. You go knock on their door and try to reach out to them, drop literature, etc. With COVID, even getting nomination papers you have to think about in a different way. For assembly, we mailed out nomination papers to people that were known supporters, and then they mailed them back. So instead of going out in front of your co-op or grocery store or park or wherever that your place would be, you got them in bits and pieces of 2s and 3s and 4s. And man, I mean, it was not hard, but it just is such a different process. So you need to be, I know that other candidates said, come up to my porch and do that way. So, there are ways to get those things done, but it's a different kind of mindset. And what you have to account for that's different is how to reach voters that you're not talking to at doors. And, I think you need to have a multi-layered approach, doing all that social media, and I think virtual coffees and gatherings with people would be really important, because I think people really like to see you and kind of touch you. And your lit can be great, but other people's lit won't probably be bad, right? So how do you stand out and show them, everyone's going to talk about maybe, sustainability and environmental justice and, community security, all those kind of buzzwords that are, out there because of all the social movement organizing. So you got to find all the ways where you got to say, here's what's about me that takes all those things that we're all kind of for and shows you how I'm the best prepared and ready to take it forward. And like I said, I didn't have a whole lot of prepared, so I don't want to keep talking because the other guests will speak too. But the other thing I really learned is, the whole moment we're in with with the murder of George Floyd and the uprising in the streets. And, you know, if you're a white person, even, you know, really radical, you really got to look at like who else is in your community that could serve. Should you be recruiting them to run instead of running yourself? I think these are all like really fundamental questions that we all have to ask ourselves as activists who want to serve and run for office, because, you know, maybe someone else could do it too. Maybe as good as, better than, or not as good as us, but we have to decide whether or not to step aside to let other leaders emerge. And I'm sure there's a whole lot more. If you have questions, I can answer, as well as Rebecca and Heidi. So I'll stop. And again, thanks for inviting me.
All right, thanks, Marcia. Yeah, and thank you for joining us. Next, let's pass the mic over to Rebecca Kemble. Welcome, Rebecca.
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Green Party Wisconsin, for doing this. I've been tuned into the YouTube for most of the day, and I've learned some things that I really need to learn because I haven't had to campaign for 6 years now. So I ran a hotly contested race in 2015 and won, and I won by 11 points, and a lot of that was thanks to the Green Party support and to the support of our other local party, Progressive Dane. And several other people on this call. So I'm the least senior elected of this group. I've only been in office 6 years, and Marcia and Heidi really helped me with their example and with concrete advice. So I guess, you know, one thing I would say about running a campaign is talk to the people, talk to your local electeds who are in your party or who you align with around policies, and get them on board, not just for, you know, their names on your lit, but for actual relationship building. I heard Hillary and Barbara talk earlier today about the critical role of relationships with the press and the media. And I think for me, the way I see my community service is all about relationships and creating a space for the voice of the people to actually have an impact on the decisions we make collectively for our community. And to me, that's all about understanding folks and providing some sort of outline and container and vision for how we can channel the collective hopes and values into you know, concrete decisions. So, I mean, thanks for inviting me, but like I said, I haven't campaigned for 6 years, and I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to learn from the candidates who ran this past summer, like Marcia, on what it was like to campaign in the time of COVID. Here in Wisconsin, our local elections are in the spring, which means we have to be doing doors in the freezing cold, like in normal times. It's like the crappiest time of the year to actually be going out and doing it. But on the other hand, you know, your constituents, if they see you out there all bundled up, like making the effort, they're like in, you know, 0-degree temperatures, that's really impressive. So I guess the challenge now is, you know, how do we translate that, our commitment, like the commitment we make with our bodies to go out there and campaign and meet people and be with people, how do we translate that to a virtual world? And I think there have been some lessons learned from others that, you know, I hope, Marcia, some of the things you just said were really great. For me, and so now this year, I am going to have to run another campaign. I'm being challenged by, it's a really weird situation. I'm not going to go into it, but, you know, on Marcia's last point, where she said, if there are people of color in your district, you know, who are willing to serve, you know, we have to think about stepping aside and putting them forward. Well, I'm in that situation, but this person did not step forward until 2 weeks ago. And after I had made commitments to two other Black women and another Puerto Rican woman, my challenger's sister, to actually run for re-election and to stay on the council and to sort of mentor them and to support their campaign. So, and then with Marcia stepping down and we have another veteran alder stepping down, it's just really important to have some institutional memory there as well. So I'm in a situation where I also have a billboard up against me already before campaigning even started. It's this huge red and black billboard that says, shootings are up 78%, Rebecca Kemball's response, defund the police. So there are people, and that's like a $4,000 a month billboard. So there are people with deep pockets who want to unseat me. And I don't, my opponent, I've had a long talk with her, and, she's like, yeah, I don't have a problem with your leadership. We share the same, values and priorities. It's just something I want to do. But she's going to benefit from that campaigning, and she's going to run a law and order campaign against me. So it's shaping up to be good in a way that I think will be able to, I'll be able to bring my message of community safety is based in community health, basically, and that shootings have nothing to do with the police. Shootings have to do with alienated people who, for whatever reason, find that playing with guns is something they want to do, but that those reasons are probably rooted in lack of healthy communities and healthy resources to support people. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just rambling on about myself, but I want to get to a point about messaging and campaigning against someone who might look like you, might say they have the same values, but their message is going to be fear and negativity. And my message really has to be holding a positive vision for our community, holding positions that are hopeful to people, that aren't just like, oh, everything's going to shit, we need more cops, right? So I think messaging in that way, and messaging on an issue like police that is so, it's so intense emotionally for people, and it is something that I think parties are really important to help candidates support around clear messaging, unified messaging, and helping to build that vision. So for me, I don't have a ton of money. I let my treasury run down to $77 over the last 6 years. So I need to fundraise. And that's, like Marcia said, being a candidate is different than being an elected, and you have to do the things that, that aren't the things you love about public service during a campaign, and that's fundraising. So that's something that the earlier, the better. Getting endorsements and support, and again, not just names on literature, but actually involving people in our campaigns is really important. It's really important for credibility in the long run, and for bringing the policy changes we want to bring over time, because as we who have been in office know, you need people on the ground, movements on the ground, organized forces on the ground to show up at these meetings to press for the changes that might be controversial, but that we electeds are sticking our necks out for. So building relationships to, again, get that support, that volunteer support, the endorsements, and then the fundraising, which I hate to do, and I don't like self-promotion either. So I don't really like campaigning, but I'm going to be forced to go back. I'm going back through my record and looking at every single good vote I took, and every single thing I chaired, and every single initiative that I was part of collectively, and have to really put that out there in a succinct way, in a way that appeals to the sort of zeitgeist of the moment and what people are feeling and thinking. And for that, I need a team. I need people. My first campaign, I had over 100 volunteers doing lit drops for me. I didn't spend a lot of money. I think my opponent spent $12,000. I spent $8,000. But I had all the people, and the people really, again, getting back to this question of relationships, that really matters. And I had people not just from the Green Party and Progressive Dane, but people from my life in worker cooperatives, people from my life in political activism at the Capitol, people in my life from school gardening and community gardening, people in my life from, citizen journalism. So I think reach out to everyone who knows you and loves you if you're a candidate, even if they're not into politics, if they believe in you, get them involved and talk about the things that matter to them also in a way in your campaign. So that was my riff, and I guess I'll stop there and let Heidi take it on.
Okay. Thanks, Rebecca. I look forward to helping you with your race. Both Rebecca and Marsha are just amazing leaders on the council, and I have such admiration for them. So thanks for inviting me here today. I represent District 2 on the Dane County Board, was elected in 2012. And District 2 is kind of the near northeast side of Madison on the Isthmus. And I guess I'm just gonna talk maybe about some quick nuts and bolts of what the process or things I thought about and experienced as I sort of launched my campaign and have taken away from that. And I also, I've been in office since 2012, and I had a primary in my first race, but I've been fortunate to be unopposed since. Although I have been part of many other campaigns since then, particularly with my role in the Progressive Dane local party. So the first thing I would say is that, and I'm sorry if this is already covered or seems obvious, but make sure you talk to your loved ones and those most impacted before you jump in, because it's kind of hard to rewind when you get too far down. And I think that was really a mistake I made, and I've been fortunate to have tremendous support from my husband. However, I don't think I did a very good job just really making clear, hey, can I do this? Or, is this cool with you? I talked a lot about it, and it felt like a long process for me to go through, but I should have been probably more direct early on, is this, cool? So, because they're going to be really impacted, they're going to sacrifice a lot. And you want to make sure that you know how they feel from the beginning, and that, you have kind of the support you need so that you can draw strength from those relationships. And maybe this is something that's a given, speaking with, the Green Party, but it's important to have, a good reason for running. And being able to articulate that in 2 minutes or less, or 1 minute, there are people I've served with, who I don't know that they were really had any kind of fire in their belly about some issue or policy or reason for getting involved. It was kind of a thing to do, or someone asked them and they wanted to put it on their resume. So I think that's kind of an important thing. You need to have that sort of inner motivation and be able to really say this is why I'm running, I got involved in local politics because I really cared about tenant rights and economic justice, and that's how I started working on local campaigns because of my day job as a legal aid lawyer, but being able to say what really pulled you in, why you want to run, why you're doing it, I think is really important to being authentic and being able to talk about your candidacy. And then connecting with people who've done it before was really important for me. I was lucky to be able to be friends with Brenda Conkle, who's still a good friend of mine and has been involved, with the Greens. And we met at a bar one night late in October, and, it was seriously, she was writing on a napkin, the 5 things I had to do, right now, because I had never done that before. I'd never been like involved at that level on a campaign, but just like being able to talk to people that you trust, that have your values, but also have done it before, it was incredibly helpful. Even if maybe they can't, run your campaign for you, at least getting that input, that insight, and getting kind of some direction from the get-go was just huge for me. And then I think like having a handful of your close friends, the people that know you well, that support you, that if you need to if you're going to do a big thing like this, like they're going to be there with you. They may not be experts. They may have not been involved in campaigns, but like they're willing to dedicate 5 hours a week to help you with this major thing you're going to do. Like, I think having some of those folks, at least, 5 people more is great. Rebecca having 100 volunteers is amazing. I'm so impressed by that. But like pulling people in, just not the usual suspects, but the people that are close with you to that work, I think is really helpful too. Because they can be given tasks, they can be trained, they can learn how to help you and be on your team. I was able to, bring in one of my coworkers who'd never worked on a campaign before, but like she loved to, throw parties, so she was my kind of event coordinator person, and she helped to plan the kickoff and the fundraisers we did, so that, and sometimes you might be able to get like volunteer coordinators or something, good friends, maybe one with more experience and one that's kind of new, to split some of that burden. And I guess like the last thing maybe hits a little bit on what like Marcia and Rebecca were saying, which was it's very different being a candidate versus like in office. They're different skills, they're different responsibilities. And once you decide to jump in and run a campaign, like now is not the time to research and become an expert on all of the issues. That's not a good use of your time. Yes, you need a baseline to be able to communicate and appear competent and communicate your values on the issues. And hopefully you can tap into some, subject matter experts and advisors for help with those things. But really it's about connecting with your voters. And that means a lot of time on the phone, especially right now. I mean, I spent hours and hours and hours knocking on doors, at least probably 20 hours a week. In the pandemic, it's different. And Marcia did such a great job of connecting with people online and pushing herself and all of us to like figure out new technologies and how to connect with folks on social media, doing live events and things like that. So, I mean, that's really important right now. But being able to get on the phone and get out there and asking for money. You got to get your message out. And unfortunately, that means you need resources to get it out through direct mail, through social media ads. And yeah, so those are just my thoughts about kind of pulling together and starting off. And yeah, again, it's been a while since I've run a contested race, but appreciate the opportunity to talk with you all today.
Can I add something about I hear Rebecca's hesitance, and I know many people think, oh my God, we're in such an economic crisis. I can't ask people for money. Let go of that idea. A lot of people have money. Some people have no money. They won't give you any money. They'll tell you, I love you, but I can't afford it. You go, thank you for helping me in other ways. The people that have money, make them give you $250. They have it. Some people have it. So don't just assume that because everything seems upside down, that everyone's upside down. It's not true. And the thing is that people want to know how to help. So when you say I need $250, you're going to say, you know, I have an opponent that's spending $4,000 a month. I didn't know you had an opponent, Rebecca, till this call, you know, on billboards. And I need to do X, Y, and Z, and that costs X amount of dollars. So you put a number on it, and people want to help you, and they won't know how to help you unless you ask. So you have to learn to ask, because what you want to do is what they want. So let them help you do what they want. So just think about it differently instead of, oh, who am I? I'm not worthy. You're worthy because you're doing the work, and you have ideas, and you have energy, and they want to help you. So I just want to give a plug up to, you know, yeah, some people don't have money and we need to help them. And that's part of what we're doing. But don't just let them like intimidate you into thinking I can't do it. So, and one other point, the getting on the phone, I mean, assemblies may be different, but I called everybody I knew. I can't tell you how many hundreds of calls I made. And people, like, it was kind of fun though. You catch up with people. Like, I found all these people from like college, and they all are professionals, and they gave me money, and they were all like, oh, it's so cool. They don't know anything about my opponents. They're not weighing like, what obligation do I have to opponent X or opponent Y? They know nothing. They just know me. So just call all your friends and family, and, you know, and when somebody says, oh, look at all the monies from out of town. Yeah, right. Some money's from out of town, but the votes are from here, and that's what counts. So there's my money pitch.
Yeah, thanks, Marcia. Yeah, those are some great points. All right, and yeah, we have a little bit of conversation in the chat, and some good, you know, questions and discussion coming in. But first off, I just wanted to get the ball rolling with a question. You know, because we've over the course of the day talked a lot about some of the basics of running a campaign. So I wanted to ask, what are some of the most surprising or unexpected things you found, you know, once you decide to throw your hat in the ring and run for office? So I guess whoever wants to go first, just take it away.
Okay, I've been the most recently in an election, so I have lots of like complaints. So your team's going to say, get all the electeds in your neighbor, you know, in the area to support you. Oh my God, don't bother with them. I did it. They told me to. I called them. Oh, I don't know. I got to talk to everybody, but then they won't talk to everybody. So you're calling them back and they're not answering, and you waste your time on them. Some of them you maybe want their support, you know, the ones that are your allies, work on them, but don't just go call every single person that's elected in your area. You know, the logic is, oh, you're just checking in, so maybe they won't endorse against you. Like, okay, maybe, but you're running as a green, so you know how that's going to go. But anyway, that was one lesson I just resisted. And the other one is that questionnaires, I knew this already, but they're a pain in the butt. And so, you know, you're not going to be a subject expert like Heidi says, but you're going to know a whole lot more by the end of this after engaging in all these questionnaires on topics that, yeah, you know, are important, but you don't really know all the depth to. But you're going to have to know a little bit more, so that, because you got to know what your authority is. Like, you know, some people like say, well, you know, we should have you know, they don't even know there's a capital budget versus an operating budget at the city level, and they want to take money from one pot and use it for something else. Can't do that. And just saying that stuff that can't even be done, and maybe it's just insiders will know, but it's just like, okay, no, don't get down, you know, just like the abstract level of policy issues. So you will need to know more than you started out. That's it.
Well, one surprising thing for me campaigning was how much I really actually enjoyed talking to people on doors, especially talking to like the Republican type people. I actually really enjoyed engaging with them in discussions on policy issues. and finding, so our local elections are nonpartisan. And we're not, I mean, some people are associated with, you know, Democrats and Republicans, and there are endorsements, but they're actually nonpartisan elections. So my literature was red and white and had a picture of a crane, a sandhill crane, my logo on it, because my district is right on a big marsh where there are hundreds of cranes. And so I really enjoyed talking to people who were Republicans about things like, one of the passions that I ran on was worker cooperatives. The city was starting a worker cooperative development initiative. So I got to talk about like unemployment, people without jobs, and how people without jobs are not people without skills, are not people without passions, are not people who don't want to be productive in life, and how this project was going to basically, you know, help people to organize themselves around their skills and their interests to actually be job creators. So I got to talk about job creators in a way that was actually talking about also economic democracy at the same time. And that was really fun. And at first I was dreading having those conversations with those people, but it turned out to be fun and engaging. And some of my constituents who I'm in closest contact with now are people who are like back the blue people and Blue Lives Matter people, because I talk to them so much because they're reaching out to me so much. And I've been deeply involved in police accountability, and we have really good relationships. So that to me is surprising, that people who I might disagree with ideologically and on policy are actually those that I build okay relationships with. Now, you know, whether they vote for me or not, I don't know. But I think having that, you know, at this local level of politics, we really need to have lines of communication open and be accessible to everyone.
I would say that most people really don't have any idea what the county government does. So that's kind of a thing. I mean, I think a lot, especially like in the city of Madison, right? Where like, you know, most of people's issues or complaints are, you know, the city council gets more press. Like they know they might know who their alder is, or they know who picks up the garbage, and who, you know, the police are the Madison police. But that was like kind of one of the things to be prepared for, is to be able to explain like what a county supervisor is, and kind of what county government does and how it impacts folks' lives. So being able to say, hey, you know, we are in charge of the lakes and the airport and the jail and, you know, human services, like talking about some of those, you know, state responsibilities, and being able to kind of connect it with folks' everyday lives is something that I think I wasn't as aware of. Because there's a lot of smart people in Madison, of course, a lot of very academic people, a lot of people who pay attention to politics, but usually it's like national politics, or, you know, they watch MSNBC at night, or they, you know, read the newspaper, but they really don't maybe engage on a local level as much, or, you know, pay attention to some of the issues where they really could have the most impact. So being able to kind of boil it down and not assume people know things about the inner workings of local government was somewhat of a surprise to me.
Great, thank you. All right, so we have a couple other questions in the chat. So one of them is, what are some critical tech software tools? How did you manage your people databases? So we'll just popcorn it to whoever wants to respond.
We paid, I don't know who, to help us do text messaging to people through I guess it was probably through the Democratic Party ban, that database, you can get people's numbers, and it's useful to have people's phone numbers and their cell phone numbers, and you can, you know, say, hey, so, you know, all that stuff you all got already as during the last campaign, you can be part of that too. And, you know, whether it's asking for money or asking for your vote or whatever, I did those things. And that's kind of probably how I probably first had an inkling that I wasn't winning, because people were kind of hedgy. They were like, oh yeah, I don't know enough. And that was the thing. I thought maybe having a lot of candidates in the primary would help me because I have, you know, experience. Didn't seem to help really at some level, because people then were like, oh, I have to study everything. But, and maybe, you know, they did, I don't know. But anyway, just using that kind of way. And you can also boost your Facebook to target things. I don't know how, but apparently you can target neighborhoods. But my people knew that and they did it. So I don't really know more about how to do it, but you can. So you can not only just boost your ads, but you can also direct the ads to certain places.
My people database was just a massive Excel spreadsheet, and with different tabs on it. And I wasn't the one managing it. I had other people managing it who were Excel spreadsheet experts. So that was for like the databases of endorsers and people who gave money and people who signed up to volunteer and endorsers. So that wasn't the voter database. That was managed by my campaign manager and my field director, who did all the cutting the walk lists and that sort of thing. So those responsibilities are typically, I think, spread out across the team.
What about walk lists? Did you have maps for that? Like canvassing maps or?
Yeah, the cutting the turf, they call it, is taking that, basically taking the data from the voter database and then making maps that cut, you know, maybe 2-hour walk routes based on, you know, so like in my first time doing it, I experimented with the different size of an area that I would do for a walk route. And by the end, I got it down to where the turf could be, you know, about a 1.5 to 2 hour walk for both for lit droppers. That area was bigger. So my walk list, you know, I had a smaller area because I'm actually spending time outdoors, but for the lit drops, you know, we combined some of those. And that was all done by someone else. I don't know how they work that magic, but that's someone that your data team can help with.
Here's one, it's a couple years old, but the part in blue, which I don't know if you can really tell, is like the walk list. And this is like a ward or something. But it's an art, I think, to figure out what makes sense based on knowing the streets.
Well, and it can be really helpful too if you know the person that ran in your district before, or, you know, like that kind of knowledge, passing down that knowledge about like how long this route takes can be really helpful. And with like my lists are pretty much like just, I guess I did have a map, but I just would target voters. I didn't like knock on every door because you have a finite amount of time. But like with the lit drops, we would drop on every doors because why not? You're there and it doesn't take as much time. So I think too, like especially in the recent campaigns that I've been a part of, Marsha's campaign, like having a designated social media person that's regularly posting like content on the different platforms, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, like getting that out there is just important to continue to like, and it can be like, this is, you know, this piece or this content, or this is what Marsha was doing today, kind of a thing, but just kind of developing a schedule. Those posts can be scheduled through those platforms, just so, you know, that word is getting out and those folks are getting reached, is important. And then, yeah, having like your regular data person. I bought the like voter file from the state in the past, and then was also able to get some data from Progressive Dane, which was really helpful because it had a lot of additional information that the regular voter file wouldn't have about particular households. So, but yeah, there's also like the Democratic Party, the van, they have files you can buy. But the problem with that is you don't own the data then, basically. So, you know, and it's more expensive than just typically getting the file from the state, and then it's yours and you can build on it.
If I can, let me share my screen and I'll just show you some turf and a list and what it looks like. I don't know if I have the authority to share it, but
you should.
Okay. Can you see that? Can you guys? Sorry. All right. I'm just assuming
we can see
that. So here's the walk sheet that was developed. It has, you know, it's a tiny. It's I had them divided into wards, and I think I have 4 wards, and then different 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 different turfs in each ward. So this is one. It came with a map, and then it came with these are the sort of the shorthands for how I'm going to indicate each contact with each voter if I make it. I'm going to code it like this so that my data person can then enter that into our database with that information, and then that's followed up by, you know, every single address that has, you know, this is what Heidi was talking about. I think some of these, like if you have
Tom Stack, this looks like typical DNC, you know, van style canvassing documents, you know, like
it's not, yes, but it's not the van. This was not the van. I also got it from the state, and then I organized it through Nation Builder, which was not van type.
Oh, really? So this report was done by Niche, this walking, that's fantastic to know. Yeah, I mean, on an IT level, there should be some, you guys know more than we know here, so we should collaborate. Pass.
Yeah, so the data, so like Heidi was saying, that like now I own the data, all of my notes from these lists. This was just a fresh one without my notes in it. But all of my notes are now in my database. And of course, it's 6 years later, some people have moved, but it's still mine and, you know, ours, like if the Green Party or Progressive Dane wants to use it, available to them. So that's what it looks like.
Thank you. And so another question that came in is about fundraising strategy. John asked regarding funding, is it a good strategy to say $100 would buy so many flyers, yard signs, etc., and associate a dollar amount with specifically how it can support the campaign?
Marsha gave a thumbs up. I think that's smart. I don't know that I've ever done it that way, but I think it can be effective.
I think it helps the candidate who feels like, who am I to ask people for money in this tight times? It just gives you a reason to how you're going to use the money. I think it's as much for the candidate who's a little nervous about asking for money as it is for the person giving. The people giving actually probably are pretty aware of the cost of, I mean, they're not totally aware. They don't know how much it costs to go to like a labor printer versus a non-labor printer, or all those kind of technical things, but they know you're going to do all this stuff. So I think people are sympathetic, and sometimes it helps just to put like a picture so they know why you're asking, when there's, you know, there is a lot of need. So they have to decide, if do I want to give it to Rebecca, or should I give it to this nonprofit doing, you know, food security, you know. So at some point you got to say, you know, we need the right people in the council so we can sort of solve some of these food security issues. So, you know, you kind of tie it together.
Yeah, it's a great point. So another question from Tom is, what about addressing? Oh yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
It might be helpful too, just to kind of lay out like how much you really need to spend, like what your goal is, what your budget is, like why you're asking them for money, because you know that it's going to cost $12,000 this time to run the city council race, or you know, like people might not know that. I mean, some people will, like Marcia said, but if you're, you know, you should, like one of the first things that, like Marcia said, she was calling everyone she knew, like her college friends. And that's really, really important to tap in to your personal network. And I was so lucky to get, you know, checks and support from family from all over the country. And like I went to a union conference and was able to get, you know, union siblings from across the country so like tapping into those networks, they may not know because they may not have worked on a campaign before, but being able to explain like, this is what it actually costs, and this is why we have to print all this lid, and now we got to do social media advertising, and this is how we really need to connect with voters. It's even more important during the pandemic, kind of a thing.
Yeah, thank you. So Tom's second question was, what about addressing, quote, your base versus others? Did you develop different approaches to different wards, more or less focused in canvassing, for example?
I would say, you know, my core message didn't change, but I emphasized different things to different people. So I have, most of my district is really just working class, heavy union membership. And this was in 2015. So the second reason that I ran for office was to really defend local government space from big money in politics. And so I was able to, you know, talk to those people about the destruction that the Scott Walker regime has really done to our ability to protect the water, protect the land, to, you know, uphold, you know, rights of children and healthcare and human rights and all of that. And I was really able to talk about how that the reason why that, you know, Scott Walker was able to come into office was all this money in politics, and that local government is basically our last line of defense against the predatory state, and that we needed to, you know, have people in local office to defend that and to really fight for the people at that level, because that's really where organized people can have any power at all. I didn't say those things in the more affluent parts of my district, but I part of that, the core value and message there was participation in local government. And so I was able to say different things about that, to them. And I'll just, Barb asked, how do you feel about missing the non-voters? I actually had 1 or 2 people on my team who their job was to go around with voter registration information to the non-voters and to the people that weren't on those lists, to actually, bring my intro lit and voter registration info. And so we kind of did a canvas voter registration drive for those folks. And then I would follow up if they seemed interested.
I just want to remind people that if you're in a very urban area, sometimes you have locked buildings. And that was probably the only way when I ran for alder that I would change my strategy. I didn't bother trying to get into a locked building and talk to people directly. I just mailed them literature. And the thing about those locked buildings is, because in my area, it's generally new construction and expensive housing, and they tend to be younger workers. And so I think it's really important to reach them, but it's hard to get in their building. So I didn't really try. And the thing about the question about, like, that walk list that Rebecca showed, I would have had one that said, don't go here, it's a Republican, but go here. And you know what? It's February, it's freaking cold. You have a clipboard, and it's like, where am I supposed to go? I just went to everybody's door. I didn't care who they voted for if they didn't vote, because, like I just said, you're there, right? So you might as well. And, I know that's not how, like, the typical campaign methodology is. You just only talk to people who voted already before and people that are likely voters. So, but I'd always figured I would represent everybody. So I should give, at least try to talk to everybody. So that was my, I wasn't necessarily the most organized technical campaigner when I ran before, because I too never really had too many opponents after the first few years. So I had a pass until running for assembly.
I'm gonna, I don't know, be the other side of that, which is not a thing I like take joy in saying, because when it hasn't been my election and when it's been like other times of year or issues or cycles, I have tried to engage and register folks who were not on the voter list. But when it comes down to your campaign and the amount of time that you have, like, I don't know, for me, it was like, it seemed to me I needed to really prioritize and focus on the folks that were most likely gonna vote. And, there's certain parts of my district that the data was just crap. So because it was like close to campus, because it was a high number of rentals, like no matter what source of data you have, it most likely is not going to be good or current. And so kind of thinking about a different strategy of connecting with those, and maybe I would make an exception in that ward where I need to connect with some voters. I mean, I definitely did more lit drops there, and maybe think about some particular events or hosts there to get the word out and to connect with folks there. But I don't think, in my opinion, when you're on the ballot and when you're running for office, your job is to get elected. It's not to register all the voters in your district. You don't have time for that. It's great if other people want to do that. I just don't think that is the role of the candidate or a wise use of their very limited time on the doors. So anyway, not to sound too jaded or cynical, but that's just my take on it.
Yeah, that's what my campaign managers told me too. So that's why I didn't do that. I had someone else do it because it was important. So I wasn't spending the time. Other people were, and they were doing lit drop at the same time. And you know, if there were certain people that they had conversations with that I should follow up with, I just did that selectively. But I agree. Yeah, in the winter, like that's not the candidate's job to do a voter registration drive. But you know, I think if you have the capacity, if you have extra people willing to do that for you, it's really it's a good thing to do, to be associated with.
Definitely. And on the other question of how sort of targeting messages, I think you got to be somewhat careful with that. And I think, you know, Rebecca's advice was, or an experience was good in terms of like when she's having conversations with voters, like kind of knowing who your audience is, knowing who you're talking with and what's going to resonate with them is important. But I don't think it's a wise idea to like necessarily have different lit for different wards. Or, I mean, I think you need to have core messages that are about you and your approach to governing that's going to be consistent throughout. Because I think you could get all twisted up or kind of appear wishy-washy or two-faced or something if it's not clear where you stand on things. And so it can be tweaked and in conversation, like for sure, you can be astute about how you approach certain subjects, but overall, like on the big things and what your answer is going to be in the newspaper and in debates or in, you know, on your lit, like it's important to be consistent.
Thanks. Yeah, some really interesting discussion here. And yeah, you know, it sounds like for targeting the non-voters, it comes back to what we were saying about sort of, you know, resources and capacity, you know, versus your needs and your strategy, you know, so it's really a strategic question that, you know, will come down to your campaign and, you know, the decision that you make. But yeah, so we're almost at the end of our hour, and you know, we want
David, can I just add one
Oh
quick
yeah,
point?
yeah, please.
It's what you said struck me like it could be that's your strategy to win. It could be that because you're challenging an incumbent who has institutional power and who knows all the people in the neighborhood association, like your strategy to win is getting to those unregistered voters. So I don't want to take that as like a blanket like approach. It was my experience, and I think it's probably like a more typical experience, but I think that there are situations where maybe that actually is really what you have to do because of the type of the specific dynamics of that race and your challenge if you're challenging certainly someone more established.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I feel like, you know, it's almost an issue that we could have a whole conversation about because it does get into like a lot of points about strategy and also, you know, our ideal situation versus, you know, some of the, you know, tough strategic decisions you might have to make. So yeah, we're almost at time, and you know, we want to you know, respect our guests' time and not keep them for too long. We did have one more question that I think, you know, it will be interesting for you know, particularly for folks who are new to running for office or getting involved. So I just wanted to bring it up quickly to see if you had any thoughts, which is, did you come up with any effective strategies for recovering and engaging with someone who is trying to brush you off quickly while canvassing, for example? You know, what were some of those lines used to dismiss you, and you know, how did you keep a good attitude?
To me, the most important question is, are people going to do canvassing during COVID? Because, you know, last time I did doors was so long ago, I don't remember any details. This last time, you know, in August, to the August primary, I didn't do canvassing. So it's like a question that is a good one. Like, how do you like kind of take an art, whatever, how do you like deal with it? But I think the question to me is like, how are you going to reach people even for them to brush you off in the first place?
One liner I would say would be just, thanks for your time. Remember to vote on April, whatever, and just transition myself and them away from the interaction that clearly wasn't going to go anywhere good. But just appreciate, that they answered the door at all.
And if they're not in the mindset to talk, it's going to be a heavy lift to convince them to listen and vote for you. So I kind of think like, okay, maybe next time, sort of a thing. And when I was canvassing, I mean, I really did try to keep it pretty short. You're trying to hit a lot of doors. And if you're pulled in, it's so nice. People want to give you, probably not now, of course, but cookies or hot cocoa or whatever, which is really nice. But it's also like, hey, you're taking up a bunch of time here. Like, you want to be in and out in a couple, you want to be at their door and be out in 2 minutes, so it's okay. Maybe they'll feel better the next time you call.
And I'm keeping the good attitude, just, remembering that core passion, while you're out there, and the people who are supporting you and everything that they give to support the campaign. Just, plugging back into that, and plugging back into, for me, it's like, the ecological and the economic crises we're in are the things that really drive, a lot of my work in the world, but particularly public service, and just really feeling that and feeling like this is something I'm willing to do. I'm willing to put my life force into. And some people just aren't ready to listen, but that's okay, because so many others are depending on me and supporting me to do this on behalf of the collective.
Yeah, that's a great answer. All great answers. Thank you. Yeah, so we're now, a little past 4, and this has been such a great discussion. So again, wanted to, really thank, Marcia Rummel, Rebecca Kemble, Heidi Wegleitner for joining us and, sharing their insights and experience, and, also just thank them for, all their public service, and definitely let's stay in touch for, how we can support you and how we can all support each other, because, we have some folks here at the campaign school who are thinking of running for the first time. And, as you all said, having folks with that knowledge and experience is so incredibly helpful. So, you're free to get back to your Saturday. You're also free to stick around and, hang out if you like. We're getting towards the end of our campaign school today. But yeah, and if you want to, say any last words, and then after we wrap up here, we can take a little break, and then we have, a few more short workshops and some more time for discussion. But yeah, if you'd like to, say any last words, then feel free to grab the mic.
I just want to say thanks for having us. This was really great to meet and talk. I gotta bake some cookies. So I'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Four Lakes Green Party. Thank you, Green Party US, Green Party Wisconsin, for just, being there the last 30 years, and sticking it out and holding this space for folks. Thank you.
I want to share all the thanks, and I'm going to go talk to Rebecca and help her on her campaign.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you all again. Great. So we're now at 4:05. So let's, give everyone a 5-minute break. And we'll get back together at 4:10. And we just have a few more things left on the agenda today, including we'll talk a little bit about technology. We'll talk about campaigning in a pandemic, petitioning, and then have some Q&A. So I'll see you at 4:10. All right. So it's now 4:10, and we are in the home stretch of our Wisconsin Green Party campaign school. So we've covered a lot of ground already. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is technology. All right, and this will be, again, just a quick overview to try to, get some basics across. So let's talk about tech tools for organizing. So technology can offer many useful tools to help you organize your campaign, but remember, even the best tech tools won't organize for you. So use tech tools to facilitate and improve your organizing. Don't let them get in the way. So internal communications is important. How does your team communicate among core team members? With volunteers, find out what people's preferred communication methods are. And your choice of tools will be affected by team members' personal preferences, availability, ability to learn new tech, as well as budget and technological resources like computers, smartphones, cameras, etc. FaceTime is good to build relationships, meaning like actually in-person face-to-face time, but it might be unrealistic for everyone to meet regularly, particularly in a pandemic. Tech tools can help fill the gaps. So team members should set expectations about their availability, including times when they won't be reachable or able to work. And most tech tools have some pros and cons to them. So email lists are common for internal communications. For example, Google Groups. These can be useful for sharing information with a team of people without needing to address it specifically to everyone in the group. So some downsides are that people may feel overloaded with info that's not relevant to their role. They may not be willing or able to read all the emails. They may not check emails frequently, and they may lose track of tasks for follow-up. Texting is good for immediate communication. It's good for coordinating the ground game, checking in with someone, bringing someone's attention to something. Downsides are that if there's a group text conversation, people may not like being in that, especially if they're not engaged in it. It can be difficult to integrate text and computer work, and older folks may feel less comfortable with texting. Conference calls. There are a lot of free conference call services available with various options. And there's also paid services. Regular conference calls can help to keep your team organized and on track. And just make sure to share the info needed to get on the call, including a number and access code if needed. Make it easy for people. Video conferencing, so free services like Skype and Google Hangouts and now Zoom, as well as paid services that offer more features. So some of them, for example, give you the ability to write on a shared screen like a whiteboard. Video conferences allow for FaceTime as well as screen sharing. This can be useful for demonstrating software, sharing a lit piece or graphic design, reviewing a website. Plus, you just get that FaceTime, which can be better for team building than just hearing people's voices on a call. Then there's Google Drive and Google Docs. A free app that allows you to share documents, spreadsheets, and files with the ability to let others view, comment, download, and or edit. It's useful for collaborating on written documents, sharing data and spreadsheets, sharing videos, graphics, and other files. And then there's Google Calendar or other calendar apps, but this is a free app for organizing your schedule and sharing calendars with others. And you can use shared calendars for project management with a team. Slack is a free app accessible via computer or smartphone, allowing for written communication among a team. You can create chat rooms for the whole team and for sub-teams. You can turn on notifications for faster response than email. And this has free and paid versions. Dropbox is a free service for easy file sharing and cloud storage. Many of these services have free versions and paid versions with expanded capabilities. This is just to give you a sense of some of the options that are out there, not necessarily endorsing particular options. Trello is an organizational and project management app, allowing team members to create boards with cards to organize tasks. Canva is an app allowing for simple design of graphics and memes. Basecamp is software for team communication and project management. Nation Builder is paid software serving the functions of a content management system and customer relationship management. Kind of in plain English, that means you can build and manage your website, and you can manage your database using the same software. So this is used by the Green Party of US, Wisconsin Green Party, and a lot of state parties and campaigns use Nation Builder. So the Steinbach campaign in 2016 also used Nation Builder. Makes it relatively simple to design web pages, integrate functions like sign up and volunteer portals, send email blasts, create contact lists, take donations, and more. So it's more complicated software with a learning curve, and it's best suited for campaigns with tech-savvy team members. However, you don't need to be an IT professional to use Nation Builder. And you can find apps for many essential campaign tasks like phone banking, text banking, email blasts, graphic design, data management, volunteer management, etc. And it's good to ask other Greens and candidates for recommendations. And again, this is not necessarily endorsing these apps or companies, just giving a sense of some tools out there that some folks find useful. And again, what you decide on depends on a lot of things, including, the people on your team, what they're comfortable with, what they've maybe used before, your budget, your needs, etc. So working remotely gives you the ability to collaborate with team members and volunteers from a wider geographical area, less travel time, less expense and pollution, and it's easier to work with people who aren't available to travel. So folks with children, with disabilities, if they have no car, if they're living abroad. There's some cons, like it's harder to manage a team when the members aren't in the same physical location, and so may not feel as productive. Communication issues like less frequent communication, people working at different times, not being in the same space, and all miscommunication, which can lead to less effective and less organized work. And there's a learning curve to working remotely. People may need to learn new technologies, requiring time and often leading to technical difficulties. But here are some solutions to some of those problems. So for productivity, make sure to check in frequently with team members. For example, with a regularly scheduled full team call, set goals and timelines using shared calendars and documents, and check in on progress regularly. Set SMART goals that are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time limited. And we talked before about SMARTY goals that include inclusiveness and equity. For communication, set regular times to check in. Ask team members to share their work schedule and try to contact them at times when they're available. Set regular in-person meetings or video conferences to get FaceTime and build relationships. And use video conference apps with screen sharing if you need to look over something with others. So for miscommunication, some solutions are to check your communications for anything that could be misinterpreted. For sensitive communications, don't include people who aren't directly involved. And if potential conflicts arise, try to resolve them with one-on-one communication first. And know that online communication often leads to misunderstandings. So try to work through them patiently and not get caught up in conflicts. For the technology learning curve, make a realistic assessment of your team members' tech skills and capacity to learn new skills on top of other campaign work. Using a less sophisticated technology is better than trying to use something that your team members aren't able to work with. Do you have someone who's the go-to person for the technologies you're using? Are they able to effectively train other team members to use these tech tools? Hopefully the answer is yes. Everyone should be able to help somehow, even if they aren't able to use certain tech tools. But again, you have to adapt it to your situation. If you have, a super great software that has all these capabilities, but your team isn't able or willing to learn how to use it, then it could actually get in your way. So let's talk about dealing with data. Data is important for campaigns. You have contact info to use for targeting for communications and outreach, identifying supporters, volunteers, and donors, get out the vote, and cultivating relationships with supporters for future campaigns and party building. So where do you get data? The Green Party can provide it to endorse candidates. You can ask other previous campaigns. You can get voter data from state agencies, and you gather data during your campaign. So some best practices: having someone on your team who knows how to manage your database is priceless. Make sure your database is updated regularly. Make sure your data is backed up. And always have a way to collect info from new supporters. In other words, always have a clipboard with a sign-up sheet at all events throughout the campaign. If you're having a virtual event, make sure that you get everyone's info and send around a sign-up link. But yeah, whenever you have a conversation or an event or anything, always make sure that you're collecting info and data. All right, so that was a brief romp through the world of campaign technology. And yeah, there's a lot of technology out there. One that came up in the chat is Discord, which is similar to Slack. And there's a Wisconsin Green Party Discord. Google Voice for phone banking and texting. So yeah, there's actually a lot of different options. And again, the Green Party U.S. Coordinated Campaign Committee has entire presentations on technology for campaigns that are really helpful. And there's always new services coming out. This year I heard about new programs that people were using for phone banking and text banking, which obviously is extremely important and helpful during the pandemic. So, speaking of which, the next thing I wanted to talk about was campaigning during the pandemic. All right, and as you mentioned briefly before, we're hoping that the pandemic will be over soon. And we didn't change everything in the campaign school to be about the pandemic because we wanted these materials to be useful, after the pandemic is over, and hopefully things can go back a little more normal in terms of in-person events and that type of outreach. But right now we're still in the pandemic. It's worse than ever right now, unfortunately. And we want to make sure that anyone who's thinking about campaigning during the pandemic is keeping in mind in everything that they do. Because your campaign is about creating a better and healthier world. And that means putting top priority on the safety of your campaign team and the voters. Demonstrate through your words and actions that you take safety seriously. Your campaign team and voters will appreciate this, and failure to do so could be very damaging. So some do's are: wear a mask when recommended, including when doing any in-person outreach. So as there was some discussion in the chat, and some people still are doing canvassing, but wearing a mask, staying outdoors, keeping social distancing, and taking other precautions. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So provide and offer hand sanitizer if any contact is involved, for example, when petitioning. And respect the wishes of people who want to avoid in-person contact for safety reasons. As we discussed before, if someone doesn't want to talk, then it's really not worth trying to pursue that interaction. And I would say that goes 10 times more if they are worried about if they're worried about their safety, and they don't want to have contact with people they don't know, then definitely respect their wishes. And so those are just some specific tips, but in every way you want to adapt your campaign plan to the pandemic. So some don'ts are: don't hold indoor gatherings, don't share food, shake hands, enter strangers' houses, go out when sick, or engage in any other high-risk activity. Don't do anything to make voters feel like you're risking their health. They won't like it, and they could hurt you by spreading the story. And so don't campaign as normal without adapting your plan and procedures to pandemic conditions. And outreach can be trickier because in-person contact is discouraged. So you can't hold in-person events, and there are less opportunities to reach people. So some contact methods to consider are phone, text, literature drops, social media, mail, media, ads, door-to-door canvassing, wearing masks and staying outdoors, and taking all the precautions that we talked about. So you want to set ground rules for the campaign to keep everyone safe. So tell your volunteers, don't accept invitations to come inside or take food. It can be difficult when people are trying to be nice, but if they say, sorry, our campaign policy is, to not go indoors to people's houses just to keep everyone safe, then people will understand. And that makes it a lot easier for your team members to, to just say, well, yeah, this is the rule that we have. So the pandemic has really affected and changed how we get out the vote. In the 2020 election, largely due to the pandemic, early voting and vote by mail skyrocketed. And just in general, more and more people vote early. So you want to plan for this in your get out the vote plan. And one advantage of this is that mail voters may look closer at the down ticket candidates on their ballot. So make sure they have info from you before they vote. And yeah, the pandemic has made a lot of things more tricky, but actually in talking to a candidate, I was talking about all the difficulties, and he said, well, actually, I think in one way it helped, which is that normally people don't think as much about the down ticket races, but when people get their votes in the mail and they have time to vote, more of them would, go online and do research about the different candidates and, really think about the decision. So that can be an advantage, but you do want to make sure that they're aware of your campaign and they have info, hopefully from you, and also that they can easily find info about you on your website, so that they can get all the information they need before they send in their vote. Yeah, so the bottom line to pandemic campaigning is make sure to put lots of thought into how you'll adapt your campaign to pandemic conditions, and reconsider everything you've learned about campaigning, including material from this campaign school, through the lens of the pandemic. Stay safe. All right, and we just have one last presentation before we can open it up for a little more, questions and discussion. And that will be on the issue of petitioning. All right, so our final presentation for this Wisconsin Green Party campaign school is about petitioning to get on the ballot. So first of all, know the law. Petition laws vary from state to state. So, you need to know what your state's law is. because it can be very different from the next state over. So you need to know the number of valid signatures required, the time periods for petitioning, the deadline, and requirements for signatures and other paperwork. You may need to file other paperwork along with ballot access petitions. So get this information in writing from the authorities and put dates in your calendar. It's so important to get this in writing because ballot access petitioning and paperwork is how a lot of candidates get tripped up and thrown off the ballot and disqualified. So you need to make sure that you have the requirements in writing from the authorities. And you need to make sure that you know all of this and you have it all in your calendar so that you can protect yourself from being thrown off the ballot or other sorts of problems. So petitioning goals. If your signatures could get challenged, you may need well over the required threshold to safely get on the ballot, sometimes twice as many signatures. So set your signature goals as early as possible, ideally before the petitioning period begins, and plan to hit your goal ahead of the deadline. Your petition drive can face unexpected obstacles like bad weather, key volunteers being unavailable, etc. So give yourself room to safely hit your goal. And just want to say, I remember one petition drive here in Wisconsin where it's a 6-week period. At the beginning of the petition period, there was snow and freezing weather. At the end of the petition period, there was a heat wave and 100-degree temperatures. So there are a lot of variables, and it's not always going to be ideal conditions for petitioning. So again, give yourself plenty of room to safely hit your goal. All right, so the basic supplies for petitioning are clipboards, printed petition sheets, and pens. You also want to have basic information about the candidates for people who ask questions. Good shoes for walking, you need some water, some sun protection, a backpack or bag, some snacks, and a phone, particularly if you're with a team and coordinating with other people. And it's just good to have a phone, for safety. Rap. The rap or pitch is your short appeal to sign. So sample rap is, "Hi, could you help me out quick with a signature to help get a candidate on the ballot for mayor and give people another choice?" So this framing makes it more about helping you, the friendly volunteer in front of them, and giving people more choice rather than about supporting a candidate they don't know. Now, of course, you might come up with a different rap, but this is just an example of something that I've found very effective. So some tips for petitioning: wave, make eye contact, smile. You want to get people's attention and get them to stop, to give you a minute of their time. Hand people the pen as you ask them to sign. Start to hand them the clipboard as if, you're already assuming that they're going to sign. Many people will sign right away, but be prepared to answer who's the candidate with a short response. If people say no or want to argue, then just say thanks, have a nice day, and move on to the next person. Because if the interaction is not going anywhere, or if it's going to not be a good use of your time, you want to keep moving. Because petitioning is a numbers game. The more people you ask, the more signatures you get. Use a buddy system with new petitioners for training and encouragement. Don't send new people out alone. It can be tough petitioning, especially if you're new, if you're out there alone, if people are brushing you off. Particularly right now in the pandemic, a lot of people don't necessarily want to talk to a stranger, so petitioning, it can be tough. So it's always good to use a buddy system and, again, just for training and encouragement. So typically good petition spots are places with a lot of foot traffic or large gatherings like festivals, parks, events, or universities, or places where people wait like food trucks or bus stops. Door-to-door petitioning is usually slower, but it can be effective for targeting a specific district. And try carrying multiple clipboards. You can often get 2 or more people to sign at the same time. Set a personal signature goal and choose a time and place to petition to reach that goal. You know, if you're just thinking, yeah, I'll go out petitioning sometime, then it's very easy to procrastinate and say, well, actually, right now I have this, I want to do it later. So if you set a time and a place to petition, if you say, I'm going to, go out and get 20 signatures, or I'm going to get 50 signatures, that helps to motivate yourself to do it. And talk to candidates and activists with petitioning experience to get more tips, as well as the Green Party. We have people who can give you petition tips, as long as you're willing to listen. So again, just a short little talk on petitioning. And that brings us to the end of our presentations for the day. So thanks everyone for joining us. And this has been our Wisconsin Green Party 2020 Campaign School. Thanks to our guest presenters and panelists. Thanks everyone who tuned in via Zoom or on the live stream. And thanks to everyone who in the future will watch these videos and share them. Once again, this is a free service put on by the Wisconsin Green Party. We want to break down the barriers that keep regular people from running for office. So we offer the campaign school for free. If you want to support us, if you want to become a dues-paying member of the Wisconsin Green Party, or just help us out so we can keep putting on programs like this, then you can go to wisconsingreenparty.org/contribute and throw something in the hat. And yeah, that brings us to the end. So we'll have a little bit of time now if folks have questions or discussion. But I'm going to give my voice a little break and see if anyone else wants to talk.
So Tom Stack.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think is it you need to mute, Dave? I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah. That I was very impressed by that canvassing map, and I'm just sort of saying this partially to remind myself. So I believe Nation Builder has the ability to, as they said, cut the turf, and it has OpenStreetMaps, and we've never used that. So if we can get some collaboration between some of the people that ran those campaigns in Madison and Milwaukee, that certainly would be a helpful thing. So part of what I would hope would come out of this is contact emails, and I guess we can do that behind the scenes, but that's my main point, is that, yeah, try to learn, some of the good things from those successful campaigns in Madison past.
Yeah, Nation Builder does give the ability to cut turf. Interestingly, I've used Nation Builder a fair amount on various campaigns, but I haven't used it on any local campaigns. So I've never seen like the turf cutting capability actually in practice, but I know that is something that they offer. So yeah.
Well, also Rebecca, she had a form with all those 2-letter abbreviations that look very professional. And are you aware of whether or not that's just part of the whole thing? Because that, I would feel pretty good giving people course, we'd have to have a printer, but giving them paper turf for the map, and we could even engineer a short poll. Instead of a lit drop, they could be asking some questions. Do you know if it generates a report with those codings on it, Dave? Yes.
Well, again, I don't have much personal experience with it, but just from what I know about Nation Builder, I think what you could do is get the voter list and then, upload it into Nation Builder, and, the voter list would have various bits of information, such as, well, in Wisconsin, we don't have registration by party, so I don't think that would be involved, but yeah, you might have, various bits of information for each voter that then could probably be converted to tags in Nation Builder. So then what you would get is, you would have a database with the names and addresses, maybe some other contact info, and you would be able to have Nation Builder generate walk lists based on that. Now, obviously, adding more records to your database is going to increase your rates, but there might be a way to do it at the scale that you need, especially for a local campaign, that would be affordable. And obviously, it would be an extremely useful thing if your campaign is going to rely heavily on doing doors and lit drops. So yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it in action and get more hands-on experience with it, but that's just kind of like off the top of my head from what I know about Nation Builder. It seems like that would be doable.
Maybe one other topic. So after the election, there's this letdown, you lost, and everybody just kind of goes away. But the debriefing process, we've always sort of talked about trying to go and look at word by word results for a given election, and then try to determine how effective the campaign was. If you didn't canvass in this ward, but you did in that ward, what kind of results do you get? And I'm aware that that data is on the website, on the Wisconsin website, but there's quite a delay. I mean, it might be 6 weeks. But I guess I'm just suggesting that it is something that probably is rational to do. But again, another labor, it would be a lot of work. And I don't know if there's software that would help with that or what, but it's just my comment. Pass.
Yeah, so I guess I want to make one more plug for the GPUS Coordinated Campaign Committee, because they really have done, good work on following up after campaigns, reaching out to candidates to get their experience and try to synthesize it. And they regularly hold basically webinars on how to debrief after a campaign, and how to take the next steps, and keep building the party, maybe, or getting ready for the next campaign. Yeah, and just the most recent one, there was a conflict with our Wisconsin Green Party meeting, but they typically get the recordings of those webinars up on their website, within a few weeks or so. And yeah, I just say that I think particularly in the US, it's like the calendar is kind of working against you, because there's election day, and then everyone, has just been sprinting and wants to chill out for a week or two. And then Thanksgiving comes right up, and that's like a big holiday break. And then you're, in sort of the winter and the holiday season. And a lot of people are kind of in vacation mode. They sort of want to rest and relax and be with family. And it's, just the way that things work out. It's very easy to lose momentum and to, kind of go from having a lot of energy and momentum and, win or lose, you've got all these people involved in the campaign and thinking about, oh yeah, we're going to do great things after the campaign. And, it can be easy to lose that momentum. So I think it is really important that we continually think about, and work on how we can prevent that from happening.
So we could do some of this based on our petitioning. We could do some analysis and see if we impacted presumably the petitioning it's kind of a form of canvassing. We could look at the write-in votes, and we could also look at, for Howie Hawkins, we could look at Jeff's run and Oshkosh. I think he was also write-in. So something to think about, but it just, so much of this stuff is just hard, long work. But I know there's dedicated people that do this work. Unfortunately, I think a lot of them get paid. Pass. I want to get something like, I know this is a huge issue or thing to dump on you, but presumably, I don't know how many campaigns you've worked on, but what are a couple of takeaways from the Savage campaign that might be new for you that you learned?
Yeah, that is a really good question. It was the first ranked choice voting campaign that I've worked on. And that was really interesting and encouraging, I would say. Because it really felt like, you have the opportunity to really talk about your message, and just a lot of people would understand that it was ranked choice voting, and so they would be more willing to listen. Or people would say, oh no, you can't run outside the two-party system, that will just take away votes. And then there was an opportunity to educate people and say, well, actually under ranked choice voting, that's not true. It's just a better voting system. So yeah, and a lot of times people who came at us with that kind of negative attitude, after you set them straight, they would actually, and instead of kind of what we may be used to, which is them doubling down and saying like, no, you're a spoiler. A lot of times they would say, oh, wow, I'm sorry. Like I forgot, or I didn't really understand, or, maybe they didn't even know about ranked choice voting.
So you're fighting for the second choice?
No, not. I mean, we wanted as many first choice votes as we could get. Yeah, there was some people still didn't fully understand it, and they thought like, oh yeah, I really like Lisa Savage, so I'll give her my second place vote. And it's like, well, it's better than nothing, but we really want first place votes.
No, I'm sorry, I messed it up. That's embarrassing. Okay.
Well, I mean, it is a pretty common thing, but what we found is that there was a lot of encouraging stuff about it, and many people were like, oh man, finally I can vote for a candidate I really agree with and really support without people saying, bah, you're throwing away your vote or whatever. And so a lot of people loved it, and it was a chance for us to really have a positive message and like really focus on the issues and on, you know, our platform. So, you know, we did very well in terms of earning media, and in terms of the, you know, we had the like best return on investment in terms of the numbers we got versus the amount of money that we spent. You know, what's frustrating about it is that still the old politics was very much there. So for example, the media on one hand would say, oh, you know, now that there's ranked choice voting, people might be more willing to consider these independent candidates. And I think it was easier for us to get into the debates because of that. That's also, you know, Maine has a long tradition of independence, so that helps. But also, there's less, you know, pressure from various groups to like, no, exclude these candidates. We don't want them taking votes from our candidate. But at the same time, still, like the media would focus the lion's share of attention on the, you know, big money candidates, and it's kind of like, well, this levels the playing field, but if you're focusing on only the people who are spending hundreds of millions of dollars, it somewhat defeats the purpose.
Did you get into the debates or any debate?
Yeah, well, yes. 4 out of 5 debates. There was like one debate at the very end that was like, they kept it a secret basically for a long time. And then we found out, oh, you know, they're trying to exclude Lisa and the other independent candidate. And we made a lot of noise about it, and, you know, pretty successfully, but we didn't actually get into the debate. But we got into 4 out of 5 debates, and that's where I think many, if not most, of our votes came from. So that was cool. But, you know, then another thing that was frustrating is that there was still a lot of fear mongering, because, you know, they wouldn't necessarily say it openly, but there was it was kind of a whisper campaign where the Democrats would say, oh, you can't use ranked choice voting because then, you know, the Republicans will challenge it and take it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will throw it out, which was like not even possible, because it's a state issue. It's not something that the Supreme Court had jurisdiction over. The state Supreme Court had already upheld it. So it was really like this bogus fear campaign, that a lot of, you know, these supposedly progressive groups participated in. You know, again, very quietly, but still is really frustrating, because these groups, if they're smart, they should recognize, wow, ranked choice voting is a huge opportunity for us, you know, to advance our agenda. But instead, they ended up just, you know, doing exactly what the Democrats wanted and telling people, no, like, don't use ranked choice voting, you know, and playing into this whole fear campaign.
What about the presidential election? Is that going to be ranked choice, or was that ranked choice for Maine in 2020?
Yes, it was, but there was a lot of controversy and kerfuffle. Well, because the state GOP was opposing ranked. They tried to have a ballot measure to prevent it from being used in presidential elections. And the way that their law works is, if that measure had been on the ballot, then it would have prevented the law from being implemented this year. So if they had successfully gotten it on the ballot, then the 2020 election wouldn't have used ranked choice voting for president. They came close, but, you know, and even like their number of signatures went to like the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, because they were very close to having enough signatures, but not quite. So the good news is that they failed to stop ranked choice voting for president.
So is that historic? Is that the first?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But they did succeed in muddying the waters quite a bit. So there was a lot of confusion, like, oh, are we using ranked choice voting or not? So it really helped to play into this whole fear campaign, like, oh, we can't use ranked choice voting because, you know, it'll be thrown out or whatever. And I also think, you know, it has limited use unless it's like used in the entire election, you know, because people can know, oh yeah, we're using it in Maine. But if you're not using ranked choice voting for the entire country for the presidential election, I think a lot of people are going to be like, oh, you know, what's the point of just using it in one state? I mean, I still think, you know, the Greens and Libertarians got higher votes in Maine because people did see, oh, you know, I can vote for these candidates who I support. But, you know, for Lisa Savage, we get 5% of the vote for Senate. And Howie Hawkins, I think, got like 1% for president. And part of that was that, you know, Lisa got in the debates and had a lot more campaign activity in the state. But when it comes down to it, they're running on very similar platforms and, you know, similar issues and values. So, yeah, so I think it is kind of complicated, but overall, I mean, it was encouraging. And, you know, when Howie Hawkins came to Maine, he got a good amount of media coverage. I think, like, you know, much fairer treatment than the media in other states. And, you know, so it's like slowly but steadily ranked choice voting is like decreasing the amount of fear. It's like replacing, you know, fear-based voting with a more rational system, but, you know, it'll take time and education and effort.
All right. Well, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Wow, this is amazing. We've been like on schedule or ahead of schedule all day. Cool. Well, thanks, Tom. And yeah, thanks everyone who's helped us out. And have a great holiday and Happy New Year. Bye now.